Chapter 1661. It had been 1,000,000 years since the Antiquity era and the Soul clan had perished 500,000 or 600,000 years ago. It was the end of the Antiquity era and the beginning of the Ancient era. That year, when the other clans attacked the Soul clan, besides all the incipient God realm experts of the other clans, something else had happened that almost destroyed the Soul clan. When the great armies of the other clans had arrived, Hun Feng had prepared to let his clansmen leave because he knew that they weren't a match for so many ancient clans. However, because of one person's words, he had hesitated and everyone in his clan had been besieged and killed. And this person was Hun Feng's younger brother, Hun Mie. Hun Mie was one of Hun Feng's most trusted brothers. At that time, he had misled Hun Feng's decision. He had said that the other clans had joined hands to negotiate and solve the problem peacefully and not to attack the Soul clan. It was also because of this sentence that Hun Feng hesitated. In the end, the Hun clan was almost annihilated. Today, this old ghost Hun Mie was Hun Feng's younger brother. Perhaps Ling Xiao was Hun Feng's reincarnation. When he sensed Hun Mie's familiar aura, he finally triggered a memory deep in his god soul. He seemed to be crazy as his god soul clones attacked Hun Mie. In terms of fighting ability, how could Hun Mie be a match for Ling Xiao, who could increase his power by 70 times? However, Hun Mie was a god soul with flesh and blood. Both his body and god soul had reached the peak. He split into two and tried his best to resist Ling Xiao's god soul attacks. Big brother, listen to my explanation. I was tricked by that goddamn Bian Zi. Hun Mie only defended and didn't dare to fight back. If he didn't have a high-level defensive divine armor, he would have been blown up by Ling Xiao's waves of powerful attacks. At this moment, he was just forced backward. He could still endure it. However, the bigger Ling Xiao was, the more powerful he was. 70 times his power was far beyond that of a normal peak supreme expert. Ice-breaking mountains and rivers. Burning sky and breaking sun. Ling Xiao continuously used the Emperor Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Art with all his strength. Hun Mie finally couldn't take it anymore and vomited blood. His true body was unbearably frozen, and his soul couldn't withstand the heavenly fires burning. He had no choice but to return to his sea of consciousness. Big brother, listen to me. Soul Destroyer was fully armed and had a divine shield in his hand to block the attacks as he wailed bitterly. Go to hell and repent to your clansmen. Ling Xiao's aura reached its peak, and all of his power burst forth. 5 dragons of different colors roared out from behind him. Soul Destroyer only felt his body stop for a moment, unable to move. Forget it, forget it. Today, I will atone for my sins with death. Soul Extinguisher originally wanted to struggle, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to give up. All these years he had been wandering in the outer realms, he had already suffered enough mental torture. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to reach the pinnacle one day and return to the heaven region to take revenge for his clansmen, he would have committed suicide a long time ago. Now that he was able to die in the hands of his big brother, he had no regrets. 5 dragons appeared behind Ling Xiao, and a majestic aura filled the sky, causing the space to churn. Imperial Dragon Heaven Exterminating Art, 5 dragons unite. Ling Xiao unreservedly executed a sure-kill attack on Soul Destroyer. A 5-colored dragon traversed across the sky and directly swallowed Soul Destroyer. Pa! Before the true dragon's soul was extinguished, the mask on his face was directly crushed by this imposing aura, revealing the ferocious appearance underneath. Just as the power of this attack was about to reach Soul Destroyer, Ling Xiao saw Soul Destroyer's face clearly. His body suddenly trembled, and his hands immediately danced, controlling the power of this attack to blast in another direction. Rumble. A shocking explosion sounded on the other side of Soul Destroyer, but he was only sent flying by the shockwave. He didn't suffer much damage. What happened to me? Ling Xiao's power weakened, and he regained his senses. He didn't know what he had just done. Wu Bufan, who was watching the battle not far away, was even more confused about what was going on. Ling Xiao really has a lot of secrets. Wu Bufan secretly thought. Soul Destroyer stabilized his body, and said with some hesitation, "Big brother didn't kill me. Big brother, will you forgive me?" He didn't have the demeanor of a supreme expert, and only had the pleading expression of an ordinary person, yearning for forgiveness. "You are old ghost Soul Destroyer?" Ling Xiao looked at Soul Destroyer with a face full of doubt. He seemed to have been possessed by another person just now, so he didn't know what had happened. However, he still clearly remembered that he discovered Soul Destroyer when he sneaked over. "You are not Big Brother? How can you not be Big Brother?" Soul Destroyer cried out involuntarily, and hurriedly rushed towards Ling Xiao. "Stop, what are you trying to do? If you come any closer, I won't be polite to you," Ling Xiao said sternly to Soul Destroyer. "Could it be a hallucination just now? You really aren't Big Brother." Soul Destroyer stopped and stared at Ling Xiao as he shouted. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop emitted a halo, and an inexplicable memory began to pour into his mind. He suddenly remembered what had happened just now. He also knew that the person in front of him was Soul Destroyer, his younger brother in his previous 2 lives. But now, the situation had changed. He wasn't Soul Wind, but Ling Xiao. Whether this reincarnation was real or not, there was no way to find out. "You are Soul Destroyer, why aren't you dead yet?" Ling Xiao shouted angrily from the bottom of his heart. Now, he didn't lose control like before. He just understood that the extermination of the soul race was related to the person in front of him, so he couldn't help but question and scold. "You, who are you?" Soul Destroyer asked again involuntarily. "I'm not Soul Wind now, but I could also be him. You traitor, you caused the death of all your clansmen. Why are you still alive?" Ling Xiao replied faintly. He looked at Soul Destroyer with eyes full of anger. Ling Xiao also despised and hated traitors who betrayed their own clansmen. Suddenly, Soul Destroyer pulled his hair and shouted frantically, "It's all that Fan Zi's fault. If I didn't believe her, I wouldn't have spread the wrong information. I'm a sinner, I'm a sinner. I must kill that slut, kill all the people who exterminated my clan. Kill." Soul Destroyer's body was surrounded by a strong murderous aura. As he roared, he fled into the distance. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. Then, without thinking, his divine soul avatar appeared again and chased after Soul Destroyer. He roared, "Come back." Ling Xiao's voice contained the supreme might of a dragon. It shook the space so much that it collapsed. Soul Destroyer's figure was sent flying. Soul Destroyer's head hurt from the shock, but he recovered from his crazy appearance. You're not my big brother. Are you his successor?" Soul Destroyer recovered from his injuries and asked Ling Xiao. "Maybe he and I were the same person in the previous 2 lives, but I know about your situation. Now, I'll give you a chance to explain," Ling Xiao said calmly as he looked at Soul Destroyer. He used the exquisite heart to see through Soul Destroyer's thoughts. Soul Destroyer was indeed living a life of guilt. Regarding that matter, it became his biggest worry. Perhaps he was really framed by someone else. Soul Destroyer revealed a pained expression and said, "I knew Big Brother was already. Forget it, there's no point in telling you. Live well for my big brother. I'll take revenge for my clan alone." "What revenge? What have you been doing all these years? How many years has it been? Don't you think it's a little too late to talk about revenge now?" Ling Xiao stared at Soul Destroyer and shouted. The Soul Clan had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that Soul Destroyer was thinking about revenge, it was indeed absurd. Soul Destroyer's figure stiffened and immediately revealed a dazed expression. He sighed and said, "Yeah, so many years have passed. Even I don't know how long it has been. Where should I go? Where should I go?" calm down. Tell me what happened to you all these years. Who was that deceiving you back then? Ling Xiao shouted in a deep voice. Soul Destroyer looked at Ling Xiao with a depressed expression and said, "Do you have wine?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a while but still threw him a jar of strong wine. Soul Destroyer slapped the jar open and drank several mouthfuls. Then, he said, "Big brother, it was my fault that year. I was wrong to trust that Bian Zi. If it weren't for her, our soul clan wouldn't have been annihilated by those B***stards. The sword on my face was also left by her. I hate that I couldn't swallow her alive." Finally, Soul Destroyer told the other reason why his clan was annihilated that year. The Bian Zi he mentioned was a woman who wasn't from the ancient clan. She was also the woman that Soul Destroyer liked back then. Her name was Mu Luochen. She was a famous beauty in the Heaven territory at that time. At that time, Soul Destroyer was only at half-incipient God realm while Mu Luochen was a true supreme expert. Before the war between the Soul clan and the other clans, Mu Luochen appeared by Soul Destroyer's side. Eventually, she successfully seduced Soul Destroyer and made him delay the Soul clan's departure. From Soul Destroyer, he learned about the Soul clan's movements. In the end, the other clan succeeded in annihilating the Soul clan. If Soul Destroyer hadn't listened to this woman and sent the information to his big brother, Soul Wind, the Soul clan wouldn't have been in such a situation. Soul Destroyer was Soul Wind's youngest brother. Soul Wind had always cared for him. He also believed in Soul Wind's words. That was why the tragedy had happened. When the Soul clan was annihilated, Soul Destroyer knew that he had been tricked by Mu Luochen. However, he knew it was useless. Mu Luochen had cut his face and thrown him into outer space to let him die on his own. Soul Destroyer was just at half-incipient God realm. As he was wounded and thrown into the chaotic space basin, Mu Luochen thought that he would die for sure. Fortunately, Hun Mia was very lucky. When his physical body was almost destroyed, he fell into a strange space. Later, he was lucky enough to obtain a lot of opportunities and luckily survived. Moreover, it was a blessing in disguise and he condensed his flesh and soul. After so many years of exploration, he finally got out of that space and returned to outer space. At the same time, he gained the nickname of Old Ghost Soul Destroyer. Chapter 1662. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Hun Extinguisher had experienced so many things. He couldn't help but sympathize with him. However, sympathy was sympathy. There were some responsibilities that he couldn't shirk. You've been wandering outside these years. Haven't you thought about going back to take revenge? Ling Xiao asked after listening to Hun Extinguisher. Yes, I've always wanted to go back and take revenge. However, it's impossible to kill them all by myself. So I've been enduring and cultivating to reach my current realm. I wanted to go back and take revenge now, but I met you. So, I couldn't help but come here to investigate. Hun Extinguisher pulled his hair with both of his hands and said with a pained expression. Ling Xiao kept silent for a while before sighing, "Let bygones be bygones. Your mistakes can't be fixed just because you say so. Now, I'll give you two choices. The first choice is to continue being a lone ranger and go back to take revenge for your clansmen. However, this choice is definitely the stupidest. The second choice is to follow me. I've destroyed the Dark Shadow clan, but there's still the Demon Tiger clan and the Winged Man clan. They are the strongest." After pausing for a while, he continued, "Moreover, my soul clan hasn't been completely annihilated. In the past, I've already quietly transferred a part of our clansmen. I've already brought them back to our clan to live." Is this true?" Hun Extinguisher exclaimed in joy. "Yes, they're still weak now. It's not yet time for them to show off our clan's prestige. If you choose to follow me, you can return to your clan first. After I'm done, I'll definitely use all my forces to destroy the Demon Tiger clan and the Winged Man clan. Ling Xiao replied softly. Hun Extinguisher believed Ling Xiao's words without a doubt. After all, he believed that this young man in front of him was his big brother's reincarnation. Although he had changed into another person, his original memories were still there. Otherwise, it was impossible for the other party to know about him. I'll listen to you. I'll return to the clan first. I'll definitely use the treasures I've collected over the years to nurture my clansmen and make them stronger, Hun Mie solemnly replied. That's good. When I return in the future, I hope that you will wait for me at the clan grounds. Otherwise, you can forget about calling yourself a member of the Hun clan for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao replied. He paused for a moment before continuing, don't think about taking revenge on that Bian Zi. As long as she is still alive, she will eventually die. I understand, Hun Extinguisher replied. Then, he took out some treasures that he had collected over the years and gave them to Ling Xiao, including some rare spiritual herbs. Ling Xiao only collected a bit of it and let Hun Mie return to the heaven domain first. No matter who you are, you've obtained the recognition of my big brother's dragon phoenix divine hoop, and you've also obtained his memories. From now on, you're my big brother. You must take care of yourself. Hun Mie solemnly said, then turned around and flew in the direction of the heaven domain. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy as he watched Hun Mie leave. At this moment, he seemed to have become Hun Feng again. After a while, Ling Xiao finally calmed down. With Hun Mie protecting the Hun clan in the future, he could now go to the lightning space with peace of mind. Let's go, Brother Wu. Ling Xiao rushed to Wu Bufan's side and called out. Wu Bufan didn't ask much. He gently nodded and once again set off with Ling Xiao. The lightning space was located in the deepest part of the Southern Domain Road. They were the overlord of the Southern Domain Road, and few people dared to challenge them. There were domain gates in every large spatial continent that could speed up the transportation to the lightning space. However, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan didn't do so. They had been flying at high speed, absorbing primordial energy to increase their cultivation while experiencing the mysteries of the many strange spaces in the outer domain. Moreover, from time to time, they would encounter marauders and greedy people who robbed them. In the end, the fate of those people could be imagined. Ling Xiao brought nearly 100 living puppets with him, and he and Wu Bufan traveled alone, creating a false impression. Many marauders thought that they were fat lambs that were left alone. In the end, they were the fat lambs that were lured by Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Along the way, the number of Ling Xiao's living puppets had increased to 150. Such a group of people was enough to sweep away many big and small forces. After another 2 years, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan finally arrived near the lightning space. We should be able to reach the lightning space in a few days. I can already feel the strong power of lightning flashing in front of us, Ling Xiao sighed. From the beginning until now, they had spent 5 to 6 years to reach this place. If they had rushed directly from the big domain gates, it would have taken them at most a few months to reach here. Ling Xiao wondered whether Reloading, Lei Wanlong, Lei Chen and the others had returned. If they had returned, it would be a lot more difficult for him to rescue Shirtsong Yang. Brother Ling, I'm afraid you have to wait for a while. I might be about to break through. Wu Bufan said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Congratulations, Brother Wu. It's good that you can break through first, I will protect you. Ling Xiao wasn't surprised, he already knew that Wu Bufan was on the verge of breaking through. These years on the domain road, Wu Bufan's devouring divine ability was amazing, it could speed up the accumulation of power. Moreover, his chaotic battle body was even more compatible with the world, he didn't need to deliberately comprehend anything, he could naturally comprehend the use of all kinds of power, allowing him to break through without any bottlenecks. After the two of them chose a more stable space, Ling Xiao laid down an illusion formation to protect Wu Bufan, allowing him to break through with peace of mind. After Brother Wu breaks through this time, his battle power will probably be even more shocking, Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Although he could fight peak supremes, facing Wu Bufan's terrifying breakthrough speed, he still felt an intense pressure, causing his true body to want to break through to a higher level as soon as possible. This time, Wu Bufan needed a lot of time to break through, so Ling Xiao also sat in meditation. Currently, all aspects of his cultivation were becoming more and more perfect, but he still needed to continuously comprehend to be able to take another step forward. Now, he already had a lot of experience in creating the 9th style of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Art. He called it Tai Chi Sealing Annihilation. Tai Chi was derived from the legendary Tai Chi sword art and Tai Chi art in his previous life. It was separated by yin and yang, and formed a clear round picture, forming a supreme move that could both attack and defend. Ling Xiao's move wasn't the Tai Chi sword art or Tai Chi art. He borrowed its name, borrowed its meaning, and allowed his innate yin wind bead and demonic heavenly fire bead to complement each other, one yin and one yang, forming the Tai Chi millstone picture, achieving the effect of a fatal strike. Of course, the combination of the two beads didn't achieve the perfect effect Ling Xiao wanted. He also infused the sealing intent and chaotic energy into it, causing the power of this move to achieve the peerless power that he wanted the most. Now, his sealing intent had reached a deeper level. As long as an opponent of the same level was sealed by him, he could make them pause for a short moment. In a battle between supremes, an instant was usually the key to victory. Therefore, this was the wondrous part of the sealing intent. In addition, he could already borrow the chaotic energy in his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao didn't know when he could use the chaotic energy, but he didn't think too much about it, only thinking that it was the result of frequent observation and comprehension. He infused the chaotic energy into the Tai Chi millstone, achieving a state of coexistence, allowing the power of the Tai Chi millstone to multiply to a terrifying limit. The power of this move was almost 3 to 4 times stronger than the 5 dragons merging into one. Up until now, Ling Xiao hadn't been able to use it perfectly, but he felt that it was not far from that moment. These few years, the power of the chaos world has been growing bit by bit as I have constantly absorbed the energy from the outside world. Although it doesn't look very obvious, it is indeed there. Every strand of chaotic energy here contains the power to destroy the world, and when I infuse it into the power of the two beads, they actually magically fuse together, making their power even more terrifying. I have to shorten the fusion time as soon as possible, so that I can attack in an instant. That way, I can defeat the enemy in one move. If the fusion time is too slow, the enemy won't give me such a chance. Ling Xiao thought hard. Just as he was about to try fusing the two beads, he suddenly sensed a large amount of the 5 elemental energies rapidly gathering in this direction. The 5 elemental energies formed a storm, wrapping around the area layer by layer, and the moist rain-like energy seemed quite rich and majestic. When the 5 elemental energies gathered and fused together, they actually formed a colorful energy. They gathered in one direction like a rainbow, forming a colorful whirlpool. It was like a phenomenon of the heavens and earth, making people feel that it was incomparably beautiful, but at the same time, it revealed a kind of ancient charm. Ling Xiao's eyes widened, and he exclaimed softly, 5 elemental energies, chaotic energy, this fellow is really blessed by the heavens, even his breakthrough can cause such a commotion. He truly deserves to be called the world's most powerful physique. The chaotic energy was the most miraculous energy in the world. Legend had it that it was the initial energy when the heavens and earth were separated, when yin and yang were created. It was also said that it was the original energy that created all living things, and it was even said that it was the strongest energy in the world, able to destroy all living things in the world. The chaotic energy was almost extinct in the world, and it had already transformed into 5 different elemental energies, and it was almost impossible for these 5 elemental energies to fuse together to form the chaotic energy. But now, Wu Bufan had forcefully gathered and fused the 5 elemental energies, forcefully forming a chaotic whirlpool, and it had gathered a large amount of chaotic energy for him to absorb. This was simply a divine phenomenon that could seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. It was foreseeable that as long as Wu Bufan could step into the high-level supremacy stage, he would almost be invincible in the world. Even Ling Xiao himself might not have the confidence to fight him alone. When Ling Xiao saw this, his confidence showed signs of wavering for the first time. But it was only for a split second, and his chaotic world also had a violent reaction. Ling Xiao only felt that the chaotic world in his sea of consciousness was spinning rapidly along with the five-colored energy. Chapter 1663. The place where Wu Bufan was breaking through was in a stable space. This place was not far from the lightning space. With their speed, they should be able to reach it in a few days. Even though Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan had already searched the area, there was no one around. However, the commotion caused by Wu Bufan's breakthrough was too big. In the place where he had broken through, a large area of space had formed a huge chaotic vortex. Streams of five-colored energy kept gathering from all directions, causing this space to seem as if it was being born. Thousands of colorful lights shot out, and the vast chaotic energy seemed to form a storm. This kind of commotion could be sensed by anyone or beast in the nearby space. First, the 11th order saint beasts in the spatial cracks could not help but fly over. These saint beasts had lion heads and tiger bodies, eagle wings and rat bodies, 3 leopard heads, and many other mutated or ancient saint beasts. They usually stayed in some turbulent space, and as long as people did not provoke them, they would rarely take the initiative to attack humans. However, the chaotic energy caused by Wu Bufan's breakthrough was too big, and these forces also desired it. If they could refine more chaotic energy, it would be of great benefit to their bodies and breakthroughs. Roar! These saint beasts roared non-stop, and soon, 20 to 30 11th order saint beasts were gathered. Among them, there were even 2 that had reached the advanced 11th order. These 2 advanced 11th order saint beasts were of the lightning attribute. One was a lightning purple hawk, and the other was a lightning flood dragon. The purple lightning hawk's body was surrounded by purple lightning, and its feathers were purple. Each feather was like a sharp blade that carried an incomparably sharp aura. Its sharp eyes flashed with lightning, and it looked quite mighty and ferocious. The other lightning flood dragon was showing signs of transforming into a dragon. Lightning constantly swam around it, and it looked like a miniature version of a lightning flood dragon. Its violent aura emitted a thick dragon's might, and the surrounding saint beasts did not dare to get close. They all stared at the chaotic energy, and their eyes flickered with greed. A few of the lower order saint beasts could not help but roar and charge over. They were the 5 elemental forces, and they desired the chaotic energy the most. But before they reached the chaotic vortex, they fell into a frenzied state and started killing each other. They directly used the collision of their bodies to bite and scratch their opponents with their bloody mouths and sharp claws. The blood of the beasts seemed to form a bloody rain that rained down in all directions. All the saint beasts that were watching this scene stopped in their tracks. Although they coveted the chaotic chi, they knew that it wasn't something that could be obtained so easily. There might be something strange up ahead. Their intelligence was no lower than any humans, and they knew how to act calmly. Some of them changed their strategy. They spat out their beast cores and approached the chaotic aura in front of them. They planned to use these beast cores to be contaminated with the primal chaos chi, so that their beast cores would quickly become stronger. Spitting out the beast core in such an exposed place was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing to do. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause the beast core to be broken by others, resulting in death. However, in the face of such a rare opportunity, even if it meant taking a risk, it was worth it. The illusory formation only affected living creatures, so when the saint beast spat out the beast cores were naturally unaffected. After being contaminated by the primal chaos chi, the beast cores began to shine brightly, and their power kept increasing. The saint beasts entered a state of excitement as they let the beast cores absorb the primal chaos chi to their heart's content. The 2 thunder attribute saint beasts began to feel a little uneasy. They had always been the overlords of the surrounding space, and they possessed the most powerful lightning attacks. They couldn't absorb the chaotic energy of the 5 elements, but they didn't want to watch the other saint beasts grow stronger and threaten their position in the future. Therefore, they actually triggered the power of the heavenly lightning at the same time and bombarded the chaotic vortex. Wu Bufan and Ling Xiao didn't know what was going on. One of them was fully focused on making a breakthrough, while the other was involuntarily in a state of epiphany. The chaotic world in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was operating, and the corporeal creatures that usually operated according to the rules were breathing out at the same time, sucking the primal chaos chi that Wu Bufan had absorbed into the chaotic world, causing the primal chaos chi in the chaotic world to increase rapidly. Ling Xiao seemed to be able to sense that as more and more primal chaos chi entered the chaotic world, the corporeal creatures became more real, and the cycle of their existence also became longer. Moreover, some of them were even able to reproduce, and from the original one, there were now 2, one big and one small. It was especially magical. Not only that, but some other spiritual herbs also became more abundant, and the whole chaotic world seemed to be undergoing a transformation process. Ling Xiao observed the whole process, and he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It seemed like he could find the key point that he had been searching for many years now. Rumble. At the most critical moment, a series of thunder and lightning rumbled, and it forcefully interrupted Ling Xiao's process of comprehension. Ling Xiao came back to his senses, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, please don't let anyone interrupt Brother Wu's breakthrough." Ling Xiao immediately looked at the illusory mirror stone, and he discovered that there were so many 11th rank holy beasts in the surroundings, and there were even 2 thunder attribute holy beasts attacking this place. Without thinking, Ling Xiao immediately appeared with Shui Wusheng and the other living puppets, and they attacked those holy beasts. Many holy beasts were enjoying the process of being baptized by the primal chaos chi, and they didn't know that so many human race powerhouses had suddenly appeared. Their beast cores had been cut off by these human race powerhouses, and they had lost contact with their physical bodies. For any beast, the beast core was the crystallization of their energy, and once it was destroyed or damaged, it would be a fatal blow to them. Shui Wusheng brought a few other high-leveled supremacies and charged towards the Violet Lightning Hawk and Lightning Flood Dragon, forbidding them from continuing to wreak havoc here. The 2 thunder attribute holy beasts didn't linger, and they turned around to run away. They were so fast that even if Shui Wusheng and the others could barely catch up with them, they would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in them, and his main task now was to protect Wu Bufan while he was breaking through. He looked at Wu Bufan's location, and he found that the primal chaos chi hadn't been completely dispersed by the thunder and lightning power, and it had gathered again. Seeing this, Ling Xiao finally calmed down. If Wu Bufan's breakthrough was interrupted, Shi Yan didn't know what he would do. It's too big of a commotion. I need to make some arrangements, Ling Xiao frowned and muttered to himself. He couldn't cover Wu Bufan's breakthrough, but if he didn't do anything, he was afraid that more holy beasts would pay attention to him. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the passing incipient God Realm experts would notice it, and if more people knew about the situation here, Shi Yan couldn't predict what would happen next. Ling Xiao flew up, and he immediately divided himself into 2. He used all of his power to absorb the turbulent meteorites, and then he built layers of stone walls to prevent the primal chaos chi from spreading. By doing so, he could at least isolate the stunning phenomenon, and prevent other holy beasts and humans from seeing it for the time being. Not only that, but Ling Xiao also released all the death chi of the innate Yin wind bead, and it turned into a black, corrosive evil chi that covered the stone walls, so that people couldn't see the mysteries behind it. Even if someone could sense that something was wrong here, they wouldn't be able to see what was going on. Once they came over to investigate, they would fall into Shi Yan's illusory formation, and they wouldn't be able to escape easily. After everything was done, Ling Xiao exhaled in relief. He mumbled to himself, "I hope it can hold on for a while. Otherwise, I will be guilty if my breakthrough is interrupted." Ling Xiao summoned all of his living puppets and asked them to stay in the illusory formation. Once someone or a beast intruded, they would kill them directly. Ling Xiao didn't relax because of this. He was also in the center of the illusory formation, paying attention to the movements around. Once something happened, he would react immediately. This place is too close to the lightning space. If the Thunder Clan finds us, we will be in big trouble. Ling Xiao had a bad premonition. The Thunder Clan was the overlord of the southern area. Their competence was beyond people's imagination. Ling Xiao wasn't sure that he could use the illusory formation to stop and kill them here. Once they disturbed the old monsters of the Thunder Clan, they might have some powerful means to break the formation. At that time, it would be another matter whether they could resist or not. I don't care. Soldiers come with arms, flood with earth. Ling Xiao gently gritted his teeth. Wu Bufan had been breaking through for a long time. Half a month had passed quickly. The amount of primal chaos energy he had accumulated was about to burst all the barriers that Ling Xiao had set up. Ling Xiao had to repair them from time to time to prevent the primal chaos light from spreading out. However, the primordial energy in the nearby space was all heading in this direction, attracting many holy beasts one after another. When those holy beasts got into the illusory formation, they either killed each other or were killed by Ling Xiao's puppets. Only one or two mutated holy beasts could get in and fly away. They could barely resist the illusory formation. As soon as they sensed the danger, they ran away immediately. Ling Xiao didn't order his people to chase after them. He stayed here to guard the formation. Ling Xiao always hoped that Wu Bufan could break through faster, but it wasn't realistic. Indeed, after a few days, a group of incipient God Realm experts dashed towards this area. Through the illusory eye mirror, Ling Xiao knew that they were the Thunder Clan's warriors. Only the Thunder Clan's warriors had a lot of lightning power and they were riding holy beasts of lightning class. Surprisingly, the leader of this group was the purple lightning hawk that had run away. Chapter 1664. There weren't many people from the Thunder Clan, only 20 in total. Each of them was riding a sacred beast of the Thunder attribute, looking quite strong and mighty. Most of them weren't very strong, and they were obviously some newly advanced incipient God Realm experts. Only a few of them were above the intermediate level. The one sitting on top of the purple lightning hawk was the strongest existence, a late-stage high supreme being. Purple Hawk, are you sure that the chaotic vortex we found before is nearby? The High Master asked the purple hawk he was sitting on. Yes, it's definitely nearby, but it seems that something has changed, the purple hawk replied. Yes, the five elements' origin power is still surging in that direction, but I can't see any movement in front. It must be because those people have set up a restriction to isolate it. Who exactly is causing trouble in the territory of our lightning space? That high-level supreme being didn't act rashly and said. The purple hawk said, those humans aren't weak. Even I and the other Thunder Flood Dragon were chased away. You brought so few people out, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them. Humph, who dares to cause trouble in our Thunder Clan's territory? They must be tired of living. The High Master was quite arrogant. He paused for a moment, then said to the others, everyone, be careful. We'll move forward a little more. We can't act alone. After saying that, they moved forward a lot more. Ling Xiao saw their movements from the illusory eye mirror stone. I've already set up an illusory formation that can confuse their eyes so that they won't be able to see what's going on here. However, I can't isolate the direction of the surging energy, so they're still coming this way. As long as they step into my illusory formation, they'll be captured without a doubt. I can only hope that none of them can break the illusory formation. Ling Xiao thought anxiously in his heart. However, he wasn't very worried about this small number of people. If more Thunder Clan members were alarmed, then it would be big trouble. He was sure that these people were just the vanguard. Once there was a shocking discovery, they would definitely have a way to send a message to the other Thunder Clan members. Don't get too close. There's something strange up ahead. I saw with my own eyes that quite a few fellows started killing each other after entering. The Purple Lightning Hawk said. The high-level Supreme Martial Artist waved a hand signal behind him and said to the Purple Lightning Eagle, "Take a look and see if you can find out anything." The Purple Lightning Eagle nodded its head, and then its eyes suddenly flashed with balls of lightning as it looked ahead. The eagle's eyes were incomparably sharp. They were comparable to ordinary divine eyes and could see through some ordinary illusory formations and obstacles. However, the illusion formation that Ling Xiao had set up had been greatly enhanced by the illusory eye mirror stone, and its power was terrifying. Even the Violet Lightning Hawk's eagle eyes couldn't see through it. It's still the same. Did something really happen to this place? Or was it destroyed by those humans? The Purple Lightning Hawk said. Then let's go in and take a look. I don't believe that there's any great danger ahead that we can't deal with. That high-level Supreme Martial Artist said and continued to lead the group forward. However, they were very cautious and actually attracted the heavenly lightning to their bodies, forming a small sea of lightning in the vicinity. In this way, many evil beings would have nowhere to hide from their lightning attacks, and any obstacles would be turned into powder by their lightning attacks. Boom boom boom. Thunder and lightning rumbled, and purple lightning splashed in all directions. The group directly entered the illusory formation that Ling Xiao had set up. With the bombardment of the lightning, they actually didn't get confused by the illusory formation at the first moment. These lightning bolts were actually able to keep all of them awake. Lightning can destroy all evils and all living things. This is indeed a well-deserved reputation. My illusory formation doesn't have much power anymore. These fellows are really cautious. Ling Xiao sighed in front of the illusory eye mirror stone, and then he said, "Let's do it." The living puppets in his illusory formation moved at the same time. The high-level Supreme Martial Artist reacted the fastest. He immediately saw the flashing figures and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Ling Xiao's living puppets moved at the same time, and an earth-shattering power enveloped the Thunder Clan's people. These living puppets used their full strength from the start, and their numbers were also 2 to 3 times that of the Thunder Clan's people. With such a force attacking at the same time, it was indeed very terrifying. Damn it! Everyone, retreat! That high-level Supreme Martial Artist turned pale with fright as he shouted. A lightning spear appeared in his hand, and a set of defensive godly armor appeared around his body. He rode on the lightning purple eagle and retreated at full speed. All the Thunder Clan's people were shocked. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Many of them were instantly drowned by the power. Bastards, you dare to injure our Thunder Clan's people? You're tired of living. The high-level Supreme Martial Artist roared. He used all his strength to resist the power, and barely managed to protect a few of his juniors as he continued to retreat. However, the disparity in their strength was too great. Ling Xiao had already ordered Shui Wusheng, a pinnacle Supreme Martial Artist, to attack them with the strongest puppets. The high-level Supreme Martial Artist's strength was quite strong, and he was actually able to resist Shui Wusheng's attack. He was even able to injure Shui Wusheng and force her to retreat. However, there was a limit to his strength, and he couldn't divert his attention to protect the others. He could only watch as his juniors were captured and killed. Bastards, I don't care who you are. Our Thunder Clan will definitely do everything we can to kill all of you with a myriad of lightning bolts. That high-level sovereign roared furiously with bloodshot eyes. He rode on the purple lightning hawk and fled at full speed. He had to escape, and he had to inform the other clansmen to come and rescue them. This time, Ling Xiao didn't want to let any of them off. His divine soul doppelganger had already quietly chased after them. Ling Xiao executed the storm movement technique to the extreme, and he caught up to the man and beast, and immediately launched the most merciless attack. Someone's approaching. The lightning purple eagle still saw Ling Xiao's divine soul. It screeched, and immediately accelerated to dodge Ling Xiao's attack. However, it was still a little too late. The man and beast both suffered a fierce attack, and their bodies split open, and blood splattered everywhere. The high-level supreme martial artist was scared out of his wits, and he shouted, "You want to kill me? No way!" After saying that, more than a dozen heavenly lightning seeds appeared in his hand, and he threw them in all directions. No one dared to underestimate the might of the heavenly lightning seeds, and Ling Xiao could only dodge them and retreat a little. Boom, boom. This was an 11th level heavenly lightning seed, and the power of its explosion was too great. It seemed like the entire space was about to be overturned. A protective divine light floated in front of Ling Xiao, and it isolated the power of the explosion, so he didn't suffer much damage. However, because of the obstruction of the heavenly lightning seeds, the high-level supreme martial artist had already disappeared without a trace. This is really troublesome. Brother Wu, oh Brother Wu, if you still don't break through, even I won't be able to stop the Thunder Clan's army. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Ling Xiao could sense that Wu Bufan was currently accumulating his strength. He would only attempt to break through after he had accumulated a certain amount of strength. However, Wu Bufan's physique was different from ordinary people, and he didn't know how much primal chaos force he would need to accumulate before he could truly break through. Ling Xiao waited anxiously, and the high-level supreme martial artist from the Thunder Clan had already rushed back to the lightning space as fast as he could. The lightning space was surrounded by sparkling lightning, and bursts of purple lightning flickered endlessly. It was like a natural defense, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to approach it easily. It was also because of this that this place was called the Lightning Space. Only the Thunder Clan lived here, and they had already taken root here since ancient times, becoming the purest members of the ancient race. The bloodline of their descendants wasn't too pure, and all of them mainly had the thunder body. Moreover, there would often be the thunder god body descending into the world. Due to the purity of their bloodline and the natural cultivation space, the Thunder Clan had always been prosperous, and they were able to dominate the southern region. The high-level supreme martial artist rushed back as fast as he could, and immediately entered the territory of a mountain range in the lightning space that was filled with thunder-attribute spiritual objects. There were many ancient buildings scattered among the various mountain peaks, and this was the important land of the Thunder Clan, known as the Thunder Mountain Territory. These thunder mountains could often attract the descent of heavenly thunder, and they could borrow the heavenly thunder to cleanse their physical bodies and increase their strength. After the high-level supreme martial artist entered, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. One of the supreme martial artists went up to him and asked, "Elder Lei Dong, what's the matter with you? Bring me to see the old clan leader immediately, I have an urgent matter to report." The high-level supreme martial artist called Lei Dong replied hurriedly. His clansmen knew that the situation wasn't simple, and immediately led the way to a cave dwelling. "Old clan leader, Lei Dong wishes to see you for an urgent matter." The supreme martial artist who was leading the way said respectfully towards the cave dwelling. After a while, the stone door in front of the cave dwelling automatically opened, and a faint voice rang out, "Come in and talk." The supreme martial artist who was leading the way gestured to Lei Dong, and Lei Dong walked in alone. However, he didn't dare to enter too deeply, and stopped after entering a dozen meters into the cave dwelling. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue advancing, but there was a surging sea of lightning in front of him, and the power of the lightning was incomparably majestic and terrifying. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand even a little bit of it. This was the true forbidden area of the Thunder Clan, and it was also the place where the previous clan leader had sealed it. Lei Dong pays his respects to the old clan leader. Lei Dong greeted respectfully towards the sea of lightning. "Why are you in such a hurry to see me?" A voice rang out from the sea of lightning again. Reporting to the old clan leader, "Not long ago, my purple eagle discovered the appearance of the 5 elements chaotic energy vortex outside of our thunder space. After that, I brought some people over to investigate and study it, but discovered that there was an unknown force lying in ambush, and they had already killed more than 20 of our clansmen. Lei Dong luckily escaped, and specially reported this matter to the old clan leader for you to make a decision. Lei Dong said. How dare they? They even dared to kill our clansmen. That person shouted angrily, and a deep purple lightning shot out from the sea of lightning. Chapter 1665. Every generation of the Thunder Clan had a peerless expert with intimidating fighting competence. Moreover, they often used heavenly lightning to wash their bodies, which made their bodies extraordinarily tough. Ordinary people couldn't compare to them. Thus, they were the intimidating existences at the same realm. Before this, the reason why Ling Xiao and the others were able to get rid of those people from the Thunder Clan in such a short period of time was mainly because those people were newly advanced supreme martial artists. They had only come out to gain some experience. Moreover, with Lei Dong leading the way, it was expected that they wouldn't encounter any danger. Moreover, they were overconfident. They thought that they could deal with anything when they reached the supreme realm. However, in front of absolute competence and superiority, they had to pay a big price. Ling Xiao's living puppets had tried their best at the beginning. With 2 or 3 times more people attacking them, no matter how strong they would be smashed into smithereens. Ling Xiao was a little distressed. Since they had attacked so fiercely, he didn't have much God soul left for him to absorb. However, the most distressed thing was that Wu Bufan was still gathering and absorbing energy. He didn't see any sign of breaking through. If this continued, when would he break through? It had been several months since he had entered secluded cultivation. And the chaos vortex had been formed for 1 month. This massive amount of chaos energy was enough for ordinary incipient God realm experts to break through more than 10 times. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. Wu Bufan's foundation was really terrifying. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao felt a formidable aura dashing towards his direction. The other was moving so fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived near Shi Yan from a far place. When Ling Xiao sensed the other's existence, he had already fallen into his illusory formation. This speed was almost the same as his God Soul clone using the storm body technique. Who could be so formidable? Ling Xiao screamed inwardly. He immediately gazed at the illusory eye mirror stone to see who was coming. However, the one who had just arrived seemed to be in existence like the thunder god. Deep purple lightning bolts were flashing around him. He could only vaguely see his figure, but not his face. This person had entered this place alone, and his power of thunder and lightning was not enough to form a sea of thunder and lightning like the 20 or so people before him to isolate the illusion technique. Ling Xiao guessed that the other party should be affected by his illusory array. He had been paying attention to the other party, and found that the other party was just quietly standing at the position where he had just entered, not moving at all. He did not know if he was still affected by the illusion array. However, after a while, the terrifying power of thunder and lightning suddenly descended near that person. Boom boom boom. The might of these lightning bolts was terrifying, as if they could destroy the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding space to be filled with violent lightning energy. At the same time, the other party dashed towards Ling Xiao's position. Not good, he is also not affected by the illusory formation. Ling Xiao shouted. He immediately summoned his divine soul doppelganger and rushed towards that person. At the same time, he immediately ordered his puppets to attack that person. Ling Xiao was certain that the strength of this person before him was too terrifying. He was definitely not as simple as an ordinary peak supreme being. At the start, he immediately ordered everyone to attack at the same time, and the terrifying power covered this part of the world, drowning that person. Shocking explosions sounded in the illusory formation, and the power was enough to destroy the stars and heaven. There is indeed an ambush. The person in the lightning snorted coldly, and was actually not afraid. He turned into a purple lightning bolt and rushed forward. Wherever he passed, the supreme martial artist puppets in front of him were immediately blasted into pieces by the lightning. As for the others, they could not capture that person's figure, and could not find a target to attack. Swoosh swoosh. That Thunder Clan patriarch seemed to have turned into a lightning bolt, shuttling through the crowd, and rays of the most original power of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared. One by one, the living puppets were blasted until their divine bodies were charred black, and their divine blood splattered everywhere. How dare you kill people of my Thunder Clan? Today, I will slaughter all of you. Thunder Clan patriarch said ruthlessly. All of a sudden, a large amount of the power of thunder and lightning poured down from the sky, bombarding the puppets in all directions. Even Ling Xiao's divine soul felt a sense of apprehension. This kind of original power of thunder and lightning was also the nemesis of divine souls. If he had not condensed blood, flesh, and divine soul, one of the strands of thunder and lightning would be enough to blast him into pieces. I can't let him continue killing. Otherwise, all the puppets I've accumulated over the past few years will all be gone. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He immediately increased his speed and rushed towards the Thunder Clan patriarch. Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Art 6th Style, Double Dragon Wind Demon. Several powerful finger lights pointed directly at the Thunder Clan patriarch. Come at me with something that can be used as dregs, but it is only a so-so. That Thunder Clan patriarch's reaction was too shocking. After a cry of surprise, he also pointed a few more times with lightning, and dispersed Ling Xiao's finger lights. Ling Xiao did not expect the other party to react so quickly, but he was not discouraged, and once again organized a new round of attacks. Golden Dragon dazzling the world. One after another, Golden Dragon roared and rushed towards that Thunder Clan patriarch. Ling Xiao's power was already getting stronger and stronger, and it had already increased to 50 times his combat power. He planned to kill this person in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, the longer such a strong battle fluctuation lasted, the more dangerous it would be for Wu Bufan's breakthrough. If he had known that Wu Bufan's breakthrough would cause such a huge commotion, he would definitely not have allowed him to break through in this nearby space. Although this Thunder Clan patriarch, who was at the pinnacle of the Thunder Clan, was very valiant, under the invisible attacks of Ling Xiao, he still found it hard to endure. Thunder Clan patriarch was repeatedly blasted away by Ling Xiao, and he did not even manage to touch Ling Xiao's figure. Thunder Clan patriarch was shocked. Just who is this person? He can actually attack while invisible. However, he is delusional to think that he can deal with me like this. This is impossible. Heaven Thunder Prison. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch unleashed his strength. His entire old body suddenly turned majestic, and he actually grew several meters taller. Not only that, large amounts of lightning bolts descended from the sky around him, forming a circular prison that was several tens of thousands of meters wide. Bolts of lightning raged and ravaged the place incessantly. Anyone or beast around him, as long as they were struck by these lightning bolts, they would definitely be destroyed in both body and soul. Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar was comparable to a top-grade supreme artifact, and it forcefully withstood these lightning bolts. However, he also felt incomparable pain, which caused his soul power to plummet. If he continued to be struck by lightning like this divine soul avatar of his would be blasted to smithereens. While Ling Xiao was defending himself, Thunder Clan Patriarch also used his keen senses to sense Ling Xiao's location. Let's see where you can go. Go to hell. The Thunder Clan's old clan leader shouted in shock. He controlled the thunder and lightning to attack Ling Xiao. Lightning scorched natural disaster. Lightning bolts converged into the shape of a scorched ball, and terrifying energy interweaved and flickered. One by one, they shrouded the position of Ling Xiao's divine soul. Every single one of those lightning balls could kill a high-level supreme martial artist and cause him to explode. I'll fight you with all my strength. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was roused, and he let out a long roar. He fully activated his 70-fold combat strength, and struck out with the dragon-subduing palm, smashing these lightning balls into smithereens. Rumble, rumble. The two supreme experts clashed, causing the space around them to distort and crack. And Wu Bufan, who was being guarded from afar, finally made his final breakthrough at this moment. Huge amounts of chaotic energy formed a terrifying five-colored storm, and it directly destroyed the restriction that Ling Xiao had set up. Various energies continued to pour towards Wu Bufan. At this time, another large group of Thunder Clan supreme martial artists rushed over from afar. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them were riding saint beasts at full speed. It was just that they had been left behind by Thunder Clan Patriarch in advance. At this time, they also sensed that the five elements' energy in the surroundings was rushing forward at high speed. There's movement in front, everyone, rush over at full speed. Old Clan Patriarch is already there, and I believe he has already found those people. Lei Dong shouted to everyone. Lei Dong, is there really a chaotic vortex over there? A peak supreme martial artist riding on a flying thunder tiger beside Lei Dong asked. Purple Eagle wouldn't lie to me about this matter. It's just that we don't know what kind of strange thing created this chaotic vortex, or if it's a trap that someone purposely set up to lure our clansmen. Lei Dong replied. It's impossible for anyone to create such a chaotic vortex. There must be a great opportunity that appeared, and it was discovered by someone else. Let's go and support Old Clan Patriarch first. That peak supreme martial artist said, and immediately urged the flying thunder tiger to speed up to the front. Ling Xiao's real body heaved a sigh of relief and said, I've finally broken through. If this goes on, I won't be able to hold on much longer. That Thunder Clan Patriarch is too abnormal. Thunder Clan Patriarch, who was fighting with Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar, also sensed the existence of the chaotic vortex. The strands of five-colored divine light illuminated this expanse of the heavens and the earth to the point it flickered brilliantly. Strands of chaotic energy converged together, and they emanated an irresistible temptation. What exactly is inside the chaotic energy? Let me see it. Thunder Clan Patriarch was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted in surprise, and rushed towards Wu Bufan's position. Stay here. Ling Xiao's divine soul speed exploded to the extreme, and with the storm body technique, he charged towards Thunder Clan Patriarch from behind at his fastest speed. However, Thunder Clan Patriarch was not in the mood to continue fighting. He summoned his heavenly lightning beast, and forcibly intercepted the power of Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar. Heavenly lightning beast was an ancient sacred beast born in the sky thunder space. Its battle prowess was comparable to that of a divine beast, and it could summon sky thunder to attack. Its figure looked a little strange, and it was round like a ball. Its skin and flesh were smooth and clean, and it was like a ball of lightning. There was a lot of lightning energy around it, and it sparkled and splashed in all directions. After eating Ling Xiao's power, it was only blasted a little away, and it actually did not suffer any damage. At the same time, it let out a cry, and bolts of sky thunder shot out from its mouth towards Ling Xiao's divine soul. The power of the lightning was actually not weaker than the Thunder Clan Patriarch's, and it shocked Ling Xiao's divine soul to the point of incomparable pain. This was the most fundamental power of lightning. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's freakish body, he would not be able to withstand a single strike. What exactly is it? Come out. Thunder Clan Patriarch bellowed, and a lightning claw grabbed towards the direction of the chaotic energy. Chapter 1666. Stop him. Ling Xiao's real body shouted at the other living puppets. The puppets in front of Wu Bufan attacked again, smashing the thunder claw of the Thunder Clan's Patriarch. Ling Xiao's real body glided to the front of Wu Bufan. The obscure shadow divine sword in his hand started to spin rapidly, blocking the splashing energy. Brother Wu, break through quickly. Ling Xiao screamed in his mind. If he didn't break through soon, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Could it be the commotion caused by someone breaking through? The Thunder Clan's patriarch blocked the attacks of the puppets, retreated a little bit and shouted. Pausing for a while, he continued, "It's impossible. Maybe someone is seizing the primal chaos divine item over there. I must get it." The Thunder Clan's patriarch didn't hide anymore. A pair of thunder awls appeared in his hands. They were his life-ancient divine weapons, which had accompanied him for more than 100,000 years. The Thunder God was enraged. The thunder awls intertwined with each other, creating clanging sounds. Many heavenly lightning bolts broke the sky. Their power had reached a terrifying limit, which was enough to destroy any living creature. These energies were like the world-destroying might of the god of punishment lightning. Every single bolt of lightning contained supreme destructive energy, and they forcefully broke through the combined attacks of the numerous living puppets. Moreover, they were directly electrocuted into a charred state. Some of the weaker warriors were electrocuted, and their bodies exploded. Many of them were wounded severely. Only a part of them could endure it. Ling Xiao immediately asked Shui Wusheng and the other high-level supreme experts to attack at the same time. His real body also burst out 70 times his fighting power to join the joint attack. He wanted to buy more time for Wu Bufan. However, the bad thing was that 7 or 8 high-level supreme experts of the Thunder Clan had arrived. The Patriarch is over there. Let's go and support him. A peak supreme expert named Lei Ming shouted. The Patriarch's fighting power is peerless, but he can't resist the enemy's numbers. Let's kill him quickly. Lei Dong also shouted in fear. They all dashed over at their fastest speed. Among the 7 or 8 supreme experts at Incipient God Realm, there were 2 peak supreme experts and the rest were high-level supreme experts. This didn't include Lei Wanlong, Lei Zhen, and the others who hadn't returned yet. This was the power of the Thunder Clan. Ling Xiao's divine soul discovered the abnormality and cried out in alarm, "Oh no, the Thunder Clan's army is here." Ling Xiao's divine soul couldn't break through the Heavenly Thunder Beast's Heavenly Thunder attacks in a short period of time. These Heavenly Thunder attacks were extremely harmful to his divine soul, which made him feel rather depressed. Now that the Thunder Clan's army had arrived, he had no choice but to erupt with his full strength. He transformed into a black storm and forcibly tore a long crack in the sky lightning before him. Then, he took the opportunity to fly away. Ling Xiao's spirit rushed to the back of the Thunder Clan's old clan head and immediately executed the 8th move of the Emperor Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Technique, 5 Dragons Unite. A long, 5-colored true dragon roared as it charged out. Its massive body wreaked havoc in all directions, devouring the old clan head of the Thunder Clan entirely. The old clan head of the Thunder Clan's battle prowess was truly abnormal. Even though Ling Xiao's divine soul had erupted with 70 times its battle prowess, he was still able to brandish the lightning awl and create many heavenly thunder attacks to counter Ling Xiao's powerful attack. However, the old clan head of the Thunder Clan was also incomparably shocked. Who exactly is this guy? He actually has such terrifying battle prowess. If he's a great enemy of our Thunder Clan, we'll be in trouble. Ling Xiao's attack didn't succeed, but he didn't continue fighting. He planned to protect Wu Bufan and leave first no matter what. Otherwise, if they were to be surrounded and attacked by the other party, everything would be bad. At this moment, Wu Bufan finally reached the final moment of his breakthrough. However, a strange change suddenly occurred in the vicinity. A giant black hole suddenly appeared in this space, and an absolutely terrifying suction force was born. Whoosh whoosh. This suction force was incomparably terrifying. In just a blink of an eye, some low-level supreme beings were sucked into the black hole. Some middle-level supreme being puppets were already unstable and were about to be sucked into the black hole. Ling Xiao's real body was also almost sucked into the black hole by this terrifying suction force. This is the devouring divine ability. Did Brother Wu break through? Ling Xiao cried out in astonishment. He quickly stabilized his body and absorbed all his living puppets to prevent them from being sucked into the black hole. He thought that it was the terrifying might caused by Wu Bufan's breakthrough. However, in the next moment, he cried out in alarm, "No, it's definitely not Brother Wu's doing. There's something strange." Ling Xiao discovered that Wu Bufan was still sitting cross-legged at the back, absorbing the primal qi. He was merely on the verge of breaking through. Ling Xiao didn't dare to think too much. He fused his divine soul with the power of his real body to prevent his real body from being sucked into the black hole. Then, he rushed towards Wu Bufan, wanting to take him away. However, suddenly, another black hole appeared beside Wu Bufan. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, "Brother Wu, quickly wake up. There's danger behind you." However, Wu Bufan acted as if he didn't hear it. He was still sitting cross-legged and undergoing the final breakthrough. Just like that, he was swallowed by the black hole and disappeared. "Brother Wu!" Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. His divine soul and his real body attacked at the same time. Two huge dragon claws grabbed towards that direction, hoping to rescue Wu Bufan. However, when his two dragon claws entered the black hole, the suction force increased greatly. It actually wanted to suck his real body and divine soul into the black hole. Ling Xiao had no choice but to cut off the dragon claw's qi. At the same time, he immediately burst out and left this place with his fastest speed. Because the Thunder Clan's old patriarch behind him had already attracted many heavenly lightning bolts to bombard him. If Ling Xiao didn't dodge quickly, he would have been blasted into the black hole by these lightning bolts. Sigh, I can only hope that Brother Wu is blessed by the heavens. Ling Xiao's real body and divine soul rapidly retreated. He looked at the black holes that appeared one after another and shrouded the Thunder Clan's people, causing them to panic. A huge black hole also suddenly appeared near the Thunder Clan's old patriarch. What the hell is this? Break for me. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch was confident enough. He roared angrily and the lightning cones intertwined again. Terrifying lightning bolts poured down like rain towards the black hole. Rumble. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts with incomparably terrifying destructive power entered the black hole. This peerless attack caused Ling Xiao, who was not far away, to feel a chill in his heart. He thought to himself, this old fellow is too terrifying. Even if Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger was 70 times stronger, it would still be difficult for him to compete with the opponent. This was the Thunder Clan's old patriarch's true strength. He was an old monster who had lived for almost 200,000 years. The divine power that he had accumulated had already reached a terrifying realm. It was not something that Wu Yu could match with just by relying on a secret technique to increase his strength. That huge black hole was actually torn apart by the power of these thunderbolts. Go! Ling Xiao only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape from this place as fast as possible. Otherwise, if this old fellow were to catch his breath, it would be hard for him to escape. Ling Xiao's divine soul pulled his real body and fled with all his might using the storm body technique. In the blink of an eye, he was already millions of miles away. Ling Xiao didn't stop because of this. Instead, he continued to flee with all his might. He ran as fast and as far as he could. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been fleeing. Even he couldn't tell which direction he was in. However, he could clearly see that there were many lightning bolts flashing in this direction. From time to time, there would be lightning bolts bombarding down. It made him wonder if he had mistakenly entered a lightning space. He didn't continue to venture deeper. He used his divine soul to sense millions of miles away and only calmed down when he discovered that no one was chasing him. Brother Wu, I've let you down. Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Wu Bufan was swallowed by the black hole and his vitality was cut off. He couldn't even use the sound transmission stone to contact Wu Bufan. This made Ling Xiao feel extremely guilty. In the past, Wu Bufan had protected him several times and nothing had happened. Now that he was protecting Wu Bufan, something like this happened. It was his fault for protecting Wu Bufan. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with incomparable regret. He had already done his best, but the commotion caused by Wu Bufan was too big. It was really beyond his expectations. He had already risked his life to deal with the Thunder Clan's people. However, the sudden appearance of the black hole was too strange. It was completely unexpected. Oh, that's the devouring magical ability. If it wasn't caused by Brother Wu, then, could it be that there is a chaotic divine beast nearby? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a possibility and made a guess. No matter what, I hope that Brother Wu is blessed by the heavens. Ling Xiao sighed and said. Although he and Wu Bufan were far from being good friends and good brothers, they had been together for several years. Their friendship could be considered as passable. Seeing Wu Bufan being sucked away by the black hole, Yi Shiwen felt extremely guilty and uncomfortable. He could only think in a positive direction and hope that Wu Bufan would be blessed by the heavens. Ling Xiao sorted out his feelings and looked for a place to recover. 3 days later, he started to think about how to return to the lightning space to save Xianxia. Now that his identity was exposed prematurely, he was afraid that it would not be good to directly enter the lightning space to save Xianxia. He could only think of another way. From the looks of the Thunder Clan's people, Ryuoding and the rest should not have returned yet. Otherwise, they would definitely appear. How about letting Ryuojin sneak back and then execute a plan to save Xianxia? Ling Xiao racked his brains for a plan. Half a day later, Ling Xiao still rejected this decision. Because once Ryuojin entered the lightning space, he would not be able to get in touch with him. Unless he also entered the lightning space, then it would be convenient for him to act. Otherwise, if he alerted the enemy, then everything would not be good. Let's calm down first and see if we can find a good way to enter. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Suddenly, he sensed a few not weak auras in front, and there were waves of thunder rumbling over. He could not help but sneak over. Could it be that there are Thunder Clan's people nearby? Ling Xiao guessed. If that was the case, then his next step would be easy. Chapter 1667. Ling Xiao hid his aura and slowly moved forward. The power of thunder and lightning in this area was especially rich. Fortunately, this might only be some of the power in the periphery, so it had not caused any harm to him. He suspected that there must be a huge sea of thunder or a space filled with thunder and lightning nearby. It shouldn't be the land of thunder and lightning where the Thunder Clan was, but a neighboring space. Nearby, some supreme incipient god realm experts were fighting with some holy beasts with lightning power. They seemed to be fighting for something. There were a total of 5 people in this group. There were 3 men, 2 women, and their holy beasts. There were 2 men and 1 woman who were low-level supreme martial artists and were relatively younger. There was 1 man and 1 woman who were middle-level supreme martial artists and looked to be middle-aged. Ling Xiao found that among these 5 people, the youngest woman was the leader. They were protecting her and trying to prevent her from getting hurt. This woman was around 800 years old. Compared to ordinary people, she was old. However, in the eyes of the supreme incipient god realm experts, she was definitely a young existence. A supreme incipient god realm expert who was less than 1,000 years old would be a peerless genius no matter where she was. This woman looked like she was in her early 20s. Her facial features matched perfectly. Her purple hair fluttered in the wind, giving her a heroic bearing. Her impressive curvy body was wrapped in a sexy thin purple armor, revealing her soft, round arms and legs. Any man who saw her couldn't help but praise, "What a sexy stunner." Ling Xiao had never thought that he would meet such an exquisite woman. She might be a little bit less beautiful than Yunmengqi and Lai Ruyu, but her unique heroic bearing and beautiful figure couldn't be compared to them. Only one or two people like Yuro Fei or Yu Laiyan could be compared to her. If it were Ling Xiao who had just started his cultivation, he would have immediately revealed a perverted look when he saw a beauty of this level. At this moment, he had seen all kinds of women. In his harem, all the women were like fairies. None of them was less beautiful than this purple-haired beauty. After observing for a while, Ling Xiao found that they were fighting for the origin of thunder mist in front of them. This ball of thunder mist origin power was very majestic. Whether it was a person or a beast with a lightning attribute, they could directly absorb it to increase their strength. Moreover, it wasn't as hard to absorb as the other origin of thunder mist. Normally, absorbing the origin of thunder mist would cause one to suffer from the pain of lightning swallowing. This kind of thunder mist was relatively mild and easy to refine. Originally, these people from the Thunder clan had already gained the upper hand. However, a thunder flood dragon suddenly appeared from the other side of the space. Roar! This lightning flood dragon was extremely mighty and domineering. It let out a dragon roar, causing the surrounding space to tremble and explode. This lightning flood dragon that was about to transform into a dragon looked very familiar to Ling Xiao. It should be the lightning flood dragon that had suddenly appeared with the purple lightning hawk when Wu Bufan made a breakthrough and created the chaotic whirlpool. This thunder flood dragon was a high-level 11 existence. If it used its full power, it would be as strong as a high level of a high level. The Thunder Tribe's people were all shocked. The strongest among them only had the strength of a peak middle-level Supreme Realm Expert and a late-level Supreme Realm Expert. The difference in strength between them and this Thunder Flood Dragon was too great. If they fought it head-on, their lives would be in danger. This Thunder Flood Dragon had no intention of fighting with the Thunder Tribe's people. Instead, it charged towards the Thunder Mist energy that appeared, trying to devour it. However, there were two holy beasts nearby who wanted to stop it. However, they were sent flying by the Thunder Flood Dragon's tail. Then, it charged towards the origin of Thunder Mist to devour it. What a handsome Thunder Flood Dragon! I'm lacking a mount like you. Submit to me and I'll spare your life. It was unknown whether the purple-haired beauty was ignorant or she had a powerful trump card, but she was not afraid of the Thunder Flood Dragon and charged towards it. Rhea, come back. That's a high-level Thunder Flood Dragon. Let's retreat. The middle-aged man immediately stopped the purple-haired beauty and pulled her away. What a joke. This Thunder Flood Dragon was so powerful that even if the five of them joined hands, they wouldn't be able to hurt it. However, this young lady didn't know her limits and wanted to attack the Thunder Flood Dragon. Fifth uncle, what are you afraid of? I have the thunder locking rope. I can definitely tie it up, the lady called Rhea said reluctantly. At the same time, an extremely tough, purple rope that looked like lightning appeared in her hand. This rope was named Thunder Locking. One could imagine how powerful it was. This rope was a high-level ancient god weapon refined by an ancestor-level supreme expert of the Thunder Tribe at the incipient god realm. Once someone was bound by this rope, even a peak supreme expert wouldn't be able to break free in a short time. That was why Rhea was so confident. However, she didn't think about her own strength and the Thunder Flood Dragon's. She was afraid that even with the thunder locking rope, she wouldn't be able to lock it down. We can't take this risk. We have to leave immediately. Otherwise, once it absorbs the Thunder Mist origin, we won't be able to escape even if we want to. The middle-aged man called Lei Xie forcefully pulled Rhea away. At the same time, the other middle-aged woman protected two younger low-level supremacies and escaped as well. It was a pity that the Thunder Flood Dragon didn't want them to leave. After it swallowed half of the Thunder Mist origin, it turned around and charged in Rhea's direction. Human, are you trying to tie me up? I'll eat you first. The Thunder Flood Dragon let out an ear-piercing roar. At the same time, it spat out a huge bolt of lightning energy that bombarded Rhea and Lei Xie. The power of this bolt of lightning was rather terrifying. The electricity it contained was enough to kill any high-level supreme expert. Not good. Rhea, hurry up and leave. Let me block it. Lei Xie roared in shock and pushed Rhea far away. He then ordered his sacred beast, the lightning spike beast, to be summoned. At the same time, he unleashed all his lightning energy. However, even if he and the lightning spike beast attacked at the same time, they were still unable to resist this terrifying bolt of lightning, and they were forcefully blasted flying. Moreover, the skin and flesh of both their bodies were split open while blood flowed without end. Fifth uncle, you damn thunder flood dragon. Do you really think that I can't tie you up? Thunder locking rope, appear. Rhea shouted. After she channeled her power into the thunder locking rope, it seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning energy that wrapped around the thunder flood dragon. The thunder locking rope seemed to have a mind of its own. It continuously formed a circular shape and shrouded the thunder flood dragon's head. As long as the thunder flood dragon's head was tied up, it would lose half of its combat power. Moreover, the might of the thunder locking rope was not limited to just that. It could tighten even more, causing any creature that was tied up to explode. However, how could the thunder flood dragon be tied up so easily? The thunder flood dragon roared once again, and the power of tens of thousands of lightning bolts poured down. The concentrated lightning bolts drowned the lightning locking rope. Rhea, who was controlling the thunder locking rope, immediately lost control of it. This caused her to panic. Thunder locking rope, get up and tie it up for me. Rhea kept sending out her divine power, and her delicate hands kept making hand seals. She wanted to summon the lightning lock rope back, but the power of the lightning was too strong. The lightning lock rope had already been blasted away to God knows where. Little girl, you don't have the ability to tie up and kill your uncle Flood Dragon. The Thunder Flood Dragon roared. It swung its tail and swept it in Rhea's direction. If this terrifying power that could wipe out 1,000 armies hit Rhea, her divine body would definitely explode and she would die. What are you waiting for, Xiaoya? Hurry up and escape with us. The middle-aged woman shouted. A force wrapped around Rhea and hurriedly pulled her away. Meanwhile, the other two low-level supreme martial artists and their holy beast started to attack with all their might in an attempt to stop the Thunder Flood Dragon. However, the Thunder Flood Dragon was already enraged. It once again launched a terrifying attack. The lightning energy seemed to be under its control as it continuously attacked them. The two low-level supreme martial artists were no match for their holy beasts. They were immediately electrocuted until their divine bodies were charred like charcoal. Divine blood splattered everywhere. If it wasn't for the middle-aged woman hurriedly pulling them away from the majority of the attack, they would have died without a doubt. The middle-aged woman was riding a thunder-purple condor. It possessed a speed that was comparable to the wind attribute. It carried the 5 of them and fled at high speed. The direction in which they were fleeing happened to be in the direction where Ling Xiao was. They ran over to my side. Should I hit them while they're down, or should I wait and see? Ling Xiao said with some hesitation. He hesitated for a moment, as if he had thought of a good idea. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "Forget it. I am a gentleman. How can I do something like taking advantage of others?" When the people from the Thunder clan approached, Ling Xiao immediately hid in another direction, temporarily preventing them from discovering him. Ling Xiao's strength was above theirs after all. He didn't want them to discover him, as they probably didn't have such a strong divine will ability. The Thunder Flood Dragon was filled with killing intent as it rushed over at high speed. Its dragon body directly collided with the Thunder Purple Condor. The Thunder Purple Condor relied on its speed to barely dodge the attack. However, the Thunder Flood Dragon once again guided the Sky Thunder attack towards them, causing the Thunder Purple Condor's speed to drop drastically. The 5 of them were in a rather difficult situation as they parried the attacks. "None of you will be able to escape." The Thunder Flood Dragon roared angrily once again. It finally increased its full strength and its speed increased by a large amount. It caught up to the Thunder Purple Condor and swallowed it whole. The few people on the Thunder Purple Condor's back were shocked. They all flew out of the Thunder Purple Condor's body, and the Thunder Purple Condor was no longer able to dodge. It was ruthlessly bitten by the Thunder Flood Dragon, causing it to cry out in pain as blood flowed out crazily. "Purple Condor!" the middle-aged woman shouted with incomparable heartache. The Thunder Flood Dragon ruthlessly swung the Thunder Purple Condor a few times, throwing the half-dead Thunder Purple Condor away. Then, it once again changed its target to Leia. Lei Xia barely recovered from his injuries and roared, "You guys take Leia and escape, I'll kill it." Lei Xia's power exploded to the extreme, the thunder blade made a clanging sound, and the boundless power of thunder and lightning slashed out. Chapter 1668. Lei Xia gave it his all. Given his lightning attribute attack power, if he were to face other elemental cultivators, he would definitely be stronger than them. He had already reached the level of an ordinary high-level supreme martial artist. The power of every slash tore through the void, leaving behind terrifying slash marks in the air. His Saint Beast was also constantly spitting out terrifying lightning attacks. However, this lightning flood dragon was also lightning attribute, and it was even stronger than them. It had a great deal of immunity to the power of lightning, so those who were not stronger than it would not be able to hurt it. Its dragon body continuously swayed, and the dragon scales on its body flickered, sending the power of lightning flying away. Not a single wound was left on its body. Its physical body was comparable to a high-level ancient god artifact. It was not an ordinary attack-type high-level ancient god artifact. It would not be easy to break through its physical body. It was completely enraged, and its speed was raised to the extreme. Its dragon tail swept across, directly sweeping Lei Xia and his holy beast, who were trying to dodge, and causing them to explode. Bang! Bang! 2 shocking explosions rang out. Lei Xia's divine body was completely destroyed, and even his head was smashed into pieces. His holy beast's body was also mostly destroyed, and after letting out a cry, it died along with Lei Xia. Fifth uncle. Rhea cried out sorrowfully when she saw this. She wanted to rush over and fight the lightning flood dragon, but the middle-aged woman had already grabbed her delicate hand and shouted, "Xiaoya, go." The middle-aged woman did not care about Rhea's struggles, and quickly pulled her away. The other 2 low-level supreme martial artists were already scared out of their wits, and they ran as fast as they could. They did not dare to try and save the damsel in distress anymore. However, the lightning flood dragon was furious. It spat out 2 powerful lightning bolts, which chased after the 2 of them and directly blasted them to death. The difference in their levels was too great, and they did not have the ability to resist at all. At this time, the middle-aged woman had already fled quite a distance away with Rhea, but they did not relax in the slightest and continued to run. Roar, roar. The dragon's roar was extremely frightening. The lightning flood dragon rushed over at an extremely fast speed, as if it really did not intend to let Rhea go. The middle-aged woman was extremely anxious, and Rhea was also extremely pale from fear. "Aunt Qian, why don't you run away first? Don't worry about me." Rhea knew that the Thunder Flood Dragon was coming for her, so she did not want to burden the woman in front of her. "Xiaoya, don't be silly. You go, let me stop it." The middle-aged woman made up her mind and decided to protect Rhea and leave first. She had sent Rhea far away with all her might. Then, she resolutely stood in front of the lightning flood dragon and unleashed her strongest attack. Electromagnetic web. A crisscrossing lightning net appeared, producing a great interweaving power, forming a lightning wall that blocked the lightning flood dragon's path. At the same time, the lightning sword in her hand continued to slash out. The blades of the sword merged into the lightning net, creating a powerful attack that was both offensive and defensive. She vowed to drag the lightning flood dragon down. Ling Xiao, who was hiding, could not help but secretly praise, thunder attribute warriors are generally very powerful. If any other person or holy beast were to encounter them, they would not be able to do anything to them. It's a pity that they're still too weak. The ferocious lightning flood dragon forcefully broke through the lightning net. The middle-aged woman's lightning net was unable to harm the lightning flood dragon at all. The middle-aged woman's face turned incomparably pale, but she knew that this was not the time to be afraid. She already had 5 level 11 heavenly lightning seeds in her hand. Heavenly lightning seeds were already very difficult to refine. If it weren't for the fact that 2 or 3 elders in her clan had a high success rate, the Thunder clan would not have so many heavenly lightning seeds. With her status, these 5 level 11 heavenly lightning seeds were already the limit of what she could produce. Evil creature, go to hell. The middle-aged woman shouted and threw all 5 heavenly lightning seeds at the pouncing lightning flood dragon. The power of 5 heavenly lightning seeds detonating at the same time was terrifying. It was not as simple as 1 + 1. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This part of the world seemed to have been blown up several times. Lightning and sparks filled hundreds of thousands of spaces, destroying everything in the vicinity. Even the middle-aged woman who had detonated the heavenly lightning seeds was drowned in the shockwaves. Rhea, who was already millions of miles away, immediately burst into tears. Aunt Qian! Aunt Qian! Her cries were so helpless and sorrowful that it made people's hearts ache. Fifth uncle, Aunt Qian, I've let you down. If I hadn't stubbornly dragged you here to search for some divine item, you wouldn't have died. It's all my fault, all my fault. Rhea kept blaming herself. Littleya, don't. Don't blame yourself. Run. A figure staggered towards her. It was the middle-aged woman. Her hair was disheveled, and her entire body was covered in blood. Her divine body was cracked so badly that no one dared to look at her directly. Fortunately, she had quickly retreated before she threw the heavenly lightning seeds. She had also put on a defensive divine armor, forming layers of defense. This allowed her to barely avoid the fatal blow the moment she was about to explode. However, she was also severely injured, and her divine armor was completely destroyed. Seeing that her family was not dead, Rhea was overjoyed. She nodded repeatedly and prepared to pull her up. However, a huge figure suddenly attacked. Its huge, bloody mouth instantly bit towards the middle-aged woman who was running away. Rhea's eyes widened as she screamed desperately, Aunt Qian, behind you. At the same time, she attacked the lightning flood dragon with all her might. However, it was a pity that she was too far away and her power wasn't strong enough. Hence, her efforts were futile. The middle-aged woman also sensed the abnormality. She revealed a resolute determination to die. She was prepared to explode her dantian to drag the lightning flood dragon to hell with her. However, at this critical moment, a force bound the middle-aged woman and quickly pulled her away from the bloody mouth that was biting down. The middle-aged woman did not know what was going on, but Rhea was overjoyed. At the same time, a majestic figure appeared and blocked the lightning flood dragon. A dragon-shaped battle chi turned into a real dragon and charged towards the lightning flood dragon with a roar. Roar! This 5-colored true dragon seemed to contain the aura of primal chaos, and it appeared incomparably domineering and vigorous. Its roar was even more terrifying than the lightning flood dragon's, scaring the lightning flood dragon into stopping and retreating. Lord Beast King! The lightning flood dragon roared in shock. It actually did not dare to resist. The 5-colored dragon pounced and bit its body, causing it to roar in pain. Rhea and the middle-aged woman called Lei Qian, who were watching this scene from afar, became extremely shocked. "Aunt Qian, is that really a true dragon divine beast?" Rhea's beautiful eyes rippled with a strange light as she asked. "It's a true dragon divine beast, but it doesn't look like it has a physical body," Lei Qian replied. She then said, "Let's leave while someone is blocking it for us." Lei Qian took out a recovery divine pill and divine grass and quickly consumed it. After recovering a little, she wanted to leave with Rhea. However, Rhea said, "Aunt Qian, don't be anxious. Look, he should be here to save us. The lightning flood dragon no longer dares to be arrogant. We're safe now. Let's take a look first. No matter what, we have to thank him. Xiaoya, such a powerful existence doesn't need our gratitude. Let's return to the clan first." Lei Qian said cautiously. Who knew if this person who suddenly appeared was a friend or foe? However, Rhea once again stubbornly said, "Aunt Qian, don't be anxious. Our lightning space is nearby. This person should know that we are from the Thunder Clan, so I believe he won't act recklessly. Let's wait and see." Lei Qian had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. After all, Rhea's status in the clan was extraordinary, and she was not someone she could command. Besides Ling Xiao, who else could use dragon-shaped battle force to fight? He had originally wanted to wait for Lei Qian to be swallowed by the lightning flood dragon before making a move, but he was a kind person. After some hesitation, he decided to save Lei Qian as well. He shouted at the lightning flood dragon, who had gradually regained its senses, "Submit to me, and I will help you become a true thunder dragon. You're not the beast king, but how can you contain so much dragon chi? You must have swallowed the essence and blood of our beast king. As long as I devour you, human, and this dragon chi, I will definitely be able to transform into a true dragon." The lightning flood dragon realized that what was wreaking havoc in its body was only a dragon-shaped battle force. Its strength was not much different from its own, and it was able to suppress its strength to a certain extent. However, the dragon chi was not a real existence, so it did not cause any fatal damage. Instead, it made the lightning flood dragon greedy. It was already infinitely close to transforming into a dragon, but who knew how long it would take for it to become a true dragon? If it could obtain more concentrated dragon blood and dragon chi, perhaps it would have a chance. With a roar, it freed itself from the suppression of its strength. Its physical body shook off the dragon-shaped battle force, and at the same time, it tried to bite it. "You want to swallow my dragon chi? You're still too young." Ling Xiao laughed coldly. The power of the dragon-shaped battle force exploded, and he clashed head-on with the lightning flood dragon. Now, Ling Xiao wasn't worried that others would recognize him, because his face was completely different from how it used to be. He had just consumed a magical flower known as the face-changing flower, which could change one's appearance for a month without anyone noticing. This rare flower had been plundered by Ling Xiao from a plunderer's collection. For the average powerhouse, this was a divine herb of little value. However, at certain times, it could play a miraculous role. Ling Xiao's appearance was still as handsome as ever. He had modeled it after the 13th prince of the dragons. When dragons took human form, they were all handsome or beautiful. They were all perfect, and Ling Xiao, who had always been a show-off, had naturally transformed him into that perfect form. If he were to become even uglier than he was before, he would not be able to bear it. Chapter 1669. Ling Xiao's dragon-shaped battle aura had been imbued with a strand of chaotic aura, greatly increasing its power. It was now comparable to an 11th-grade saint beast. In the beginning, it was able to fight the lightning flood dragon to a standstill. However, it wasn't a corporeal entity, after all, so the power it displayed was slightly weaker than the lightning flood dragon's. It couldn't completely suppress the lightning flood dragon, and the lightning flood dragon gradually gained the upper hand. Lei Ye and Lei Shi, who were watching the battle from afar, were shocked once again. Xiaoya, let's go. That person might not be able to stop the lightning flood dragon. He's only at the peak of the mid-level, about the same level as your fifth uncle. Lei Shi advised. Leia was a little shaken. She had just faced a difficult situation of life and death, so she really didn't want to face the danger of being hunted down by the lightning flood dragon again. However, she also felt that it would be too immoral of her to let someone else escape just like that after saving them. She hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and said, "Then let's go." In the end, under the choice of life and death, she still chose to cherish her own life. However, at this moment, an enraged roar rang out in front of him. "Submit to me, or you can die." Ling Xiao finally got serious. He unleashed his power and retracted the dragon-shaped battle aura, taking action himself. He seemed to have turned into a black storm, a 10,000-meter-tall wind wave that was thick and sticky. Numerous corrosive wind blades flooded towards the lightning flood dragon. The lightning flood dragon roared and attracted the heavenly lightning to strike down. The storm and lightning intertwined, causing the space between heaven and earth to churn endlessly. It was like a natural phenomenon, and everyone who saw it couldn't help but be tongue-tied. Leia and Lei Shi retreated a great distance, but they could still feel the terror of these two forces. This person's strength is so terrifying. He can actually face the lightning flood dragon head-on. Leia couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, even I felt afraid when he unleashed his power just now. Perhaps this lightning flood dragon really isn't his match. Lei Shi also sighed. She couldn't understand how a peak mid-level supreme could explode with such terrifying strength. It was practically on par with those in her clan who could fight above their level. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the forces intersected, a powerful collision sound rang out. Many wind blades and lightning bolts flew in all directions. Ling Xiao used his true body's power to burst forth with 70 times his normal combat power. Every step of his was infused with a strong corrosive power, and he crushed the lightning flood dragon's body. He was in excruciating pain from being struck by so many bolts of lightning, and his body was covered in charred scars. It's a good thing that my body isn't any weaker than yours. Otherwise, I really would have to use my divine soul to deal with you, thought Ling Xiao. Previously, the lightning flood dragon had been injured by the 5 heavenly lightning balls and had been ravaged by the dragon-shaped battle chi. As a result, its strength had declined by at least 20%. Fighting against Ling Xiao in his peak state, it was not easy for it to defeat him. The dragon's scales on its body fell off one by one, and footprints were imprinted on its body. The aura of death was invading its body and vitality, causing it so much pain that it wanted to die. However, it was a lightning attribute holy beast, and the power of lightning was the most terrifying power in the world. It was able to dispel the aura of death with electricity, which was why it hadn't been corroded to death so quickly. The man and beast fought intensely for an unknown period of time. Eventually, the power of lightning became weaker and weaker, and each bolt of lightning became much weaker. Roar! Roar! The lightning flood dragon finally couldn't take it anymore and revealed a timid expression. After roaring a few times, it swept its tail at Ling Xiao a few times. After failing to injure Ling Xiao in the slightest, it gave up on the battle and prepared to flee. You can't escape. Submit to me, and I can turn you into a true lightning dragon. Ling Xiao's voice seemed to be imbued with a devilish charm. His dragon blood boiled majestically, making him seem like a true dragon as he ruthlessly pressed down on the lightning flood dragon's body. Ling Xiao's feet stomped down on the lightning flood dragon's body. The power of his feet was so terrifying that the scales and flesh of the lightning flood dragon ruptured, and blood flowed freely. The lightning flood dragon roared again and again in pain. Its body writhed violently, and its tail kept sweeping and claws kept clawing. However, it couldn't break free from Ling Xiao's bombardment. The aura of death seeped into the lightning flood dragon's body on a large scale, corroding its flesh and causing it to wither. The lightning flood dragon was filled with incomparable fear, but as a high-level holy beast, it was already infinitely close to a true dragon. How could it easily submit to a human? Even if the other party possessed the dragon blood and aura of a beast king, it still wasn't afraid. Even if it died, it couldn't lose the pride of its flood dragon race. Despicable human, don't even think about it. I won't submit to you. The lightning flood dragon roared, and once again gathered all the power of heavenly lightning, intending to make a final resistance. Are you sure you won't submit to me? Ling Xiao said faintly as he took out the dragon ball that he had obtained from the primal chaos space. Currently, there were countless black storms and purple heavenly lightning crisscrossing between him and the lightning flood dragon. He wasn't worried that the two women from the Thunder clan would discover the situation between him and the lightning flood dragon. As soon as the dragon ball appeared, the lightning flood dragon roared even more excitedly. Its eyes were filled with intense greed. Any holy beast that possessed the bloodline of dragons had a kind of desire to one day become a beast king, to become a true dragon mythological beast. This meant that their bloodline had reached the most perfect state, and they would become the proudest of mythological beasts. This lightning flood dragon had bitterly cultivated for countless years, hoping that one day it could evolve into a true dragon mythological beast. Although it was close to transforming into a true dragon, it didn't know how long it would take to accumulate enough bloodline to transform into a true dragon based on its past cultivation. If it could obtain this dragon ball, it would definitely be able to complete its final transformation in a short period of time. Moreover, it wouldn't need to suffer any pain or disaster during the transformation process. The lightning flood dragon suppressed its desire and said, "You really slaughtered a true dragon of our Beast Emperor clan? Aren't you afraid that our Beast Emperor clan will hunt you down? I'm friends with the Golden Dragon and Water Dragon clan of your Beast Emperor clan. I'm also a guest general of these two clans. I've even been baptized in the dragon transformation pool. Otherwise, even if I slaughtered a true dragon of your Beast Emperor clan and sucked its dragon blood, I wouldn't have been able to refine such dense dragon blood. I obtained this dragon ball by chance. If I wanted to transform into a true dragon, I would have long since become the crown prince of dragons. Look at my dragonized appearance." Ling Xiao faintly said. In the end, he still transformed into his half-dragon form for the lightning flood dragon to see. He thought to himself, if I'd known this would happen, I would have brought the dragon lady along. That way, I wouldn't have needed to waste so much breath. Ling Xiao had entered the dragon transformation pool many years ago. As a result, whenever he activated his dragon-shaped battle chi to increase his battle strength, he would transform into a half-dragon. He had always been somewhat unaccustomed to this appearance. Fortunately, after breaking through to the God King realm, he was able to control this appearance and didn't need to transform anymore. Now, in order to subdue this lightning flood dragon, he had no choice but to transform once more. This time, his entire head had become a huge dragon's head. His body had also become much larger. Dragon scales covered his entire body. It was as if he could transform into a true dragon mythological beast at any time. He looked extremely mighty. This transformation made Ling Xiao feel different from before. It seemed that after transforming into this appearance, his dragon blood and dragon chi surged even more violently, and his physical strength became even greater. The lightning flood dragon felt a suppression from its bloodline, causing its strength to shrink by 10 to 20%. Fortunately, this human wasn't of the lightning attribute. Otherwise, the lightning flood dragon would have been suppressed even more. At this moment, the lightning flood dragon felt a sense of trust in Ling Xiao's words. "Are you really a guest general of the Beast Emperor's clan?" the lightning flood dragon asked. "Why would I lie to a stupid flood dragon like you? This Empress, the Golden Dragon King, and the Water Dragon King have all met before. Their princes and princesses were even my mounts at one point. It's just that their strength can't compare to mine, so I left them in the clan's territory and didn't bring them out. If it weren't for the fact that you showed signs of transforming into a dragon and your relatively pure dragon blood, I would have killed you right away. Why would I waste so much time talking to you? Do you think this Empress cares for you? If you don't want this dragon ball, then I'll let the dragon horse swallow it. Ling Xiao cursed and summoned the dragon horse. When the dragon horse sensed the power of the dragon ball, it also let out a long neigh. It looked as if it couldn't wait to snatch the dragon ball. Boss, is this dragon ball prepared for me? The dragon horse didn't look arrogant at all. Instead, it looked as if it was trying to curry favor with Ling Xiao. Its head kept rubbing against Ling Xiao's body to show its closeness. The dragon horse's strength was already in the middle of the low 11th rank, and the power of its dragon blood wasn't inferior to the lightning flood dragons. If it swallowed the dragon ball, it could also transform into a dragon. However, Ling Xiao had been hesitating about whether or not to let the dragon horse swallow the dragon ball. If he let the dragon horse swallow it, then he'd have one less 1,000-mile colt and one more true dragon mythological beast. To be honest, he'd seen so many true dragons that he was getting a little tired of them. The dragon horse was a legendary divine steed of fortune and a mount for an emperor. It was also extremely rare, and he preferred to see the dragon horse like this. It was so cool. Thus, he'd never let the dragon horse swallow the dragon ball and prevent it from transforming into a true dragon. Now that he'd encountered this lightning flood dragon, he was tempted. Perhaps he could subdue this lightning flood dragon and turn it into a real thunder dragon mythological beast. That would definitely be quite mighty and cool. No, your dragon horse is too weak. It would be a great waste to give it to you. Human, no. Boss, I'm willing to submit. Let me swallow it. The lightning flood dragon couldn't care less about the pain on its body. It immediately lowered its stance and spoke to Ling Xiao. It was really afraid that Ling Xiao would throw the dragon ball in his hand into the damn dragon horse's mouth. If that happened, it would definitely regret it so much that it would go crazy. Now, it didn't care about the pride and dignity of the beast race. Obtaining the dragon ball was the most important thing. Boss, you can't treat an outsider like this. I've followed you for so many years without any complaints or regrets. Do you have the heart to treat me like this? The dragon horse was almost crying as it spoke. Chapter 1670. Fuck, where's your integrity? It's just a dragon pearl. What's the big deal? Ling Xiao couldn't help but fiercely despise these two fellows. If the dragon horse and thunder flood dragon were to hear Ling Xiao's words, they would probably want to beat him up. This fellow was really just sitting and talking. Beast emperors were supreme existences to them. If they could become part of the beast emperor race, that would be the glory of their lives. This dragon pearl could help them transform into divine beasts, achieving the perfect bloodline that they had to pursue. It was also reasonable for them to curry favor with Ling Xiao. If putting down their dignity could save them tens of thousands of years of cultivation, then it was completely worth it. Dragon horse, don't be in such a hurry. There will be plenty of benefits for you, Ling Xiao said to the dragon horse. Thank you, boss. In that case, you can take it from me. The dragon horse gulped anxiously. Don't, boss. I'm stronger than it, and my bloodline is stronger. As long as I become a beast emperor, I'll definitely be able to protect you as you roam the outer realm, the thunder flood dragon hastily said. It had already forgotten that it had just been fighting to the death with Ling Xiao. Now, it was anxiously calling Ling Xiao boss. This bastard was truly shameless. Humph, who do you think you are? Boss even let me enter the dragon transformation pool. I'm his most loyal little brother, the dragon horse said disdainfully. I only look at actions. Follow me, and I'll give this dragon pearl to whoever serves me well one day. Ling Xiao confidently said to the thunder flood dragon. Boss, don't worry. If you tell me to go east, then I won't go west. You already know my loyalty to you. First, let me swallow the dragon pearl. The dragon horse took the initiative to express its agreement. The Thunder Flood dragon was no longer conflicted. A human who had a deep affinity with the Beast Emperor race was a true human emperor and was worthy of its loyalty. It decisively replied, "Don't worry, boss. In the future, I'll eat whoever you tell me to eat. I won't disappoint you. Remember what you said. If one day you don't listen to me, not only will I not give you the dragon pearl, I will also kill you, pull out your dragon tendons, and take your dragon blood." Ling Xiao said very seriously. "Yes, boss." The Thunder Flood dragon replied. "Alright, then transform into your human form." Ling Xiao ordered. "What's so good about changing into a human form? It's too petite." The Thunder Drake was a little dissatisfied, but when it saw Ling Xiao's gloomy expression, it hurriedly corrected itself. Changing into a human form is good. A human form is the most majestic. I like it the most. With that, it immediately shrank its huge body and turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man. Its current appearance was more burly and strong, and there were many scars on its exposed muscles, which made it look even more ferocious. "What a bootlicker," the dragon horse scolded unhappily from the side. There was only one dragon pearl. Now that the Thunder Flood dragon was competing with it, it was its opponent. Naturally, it wouldn't be nice to it. "I wonder who's the stinky horse here," the Thunder Flood dragon retorted sarcastically. The dragon horse snorted and shouted angrily, "What did you say? How dare you look down on me, the dragon horse? You must be tired of living. Why? Do you want to fight with me, the Dragon King?" The Thunder Flood dragon provoked the dragon horse. The dragon horse wanted to charge forward, but it stopped in its tracks. "I won't lower myself to your level. In the future, boss will definitely give me the dragon pearl. We'll see about that. Boss will definitely choose me," the Thunder Flood dragon said confidently. "Alright, stop arguing. Dragon horse, come back first." Ling Xiao shouted and kept the dragon horse back into the cauldron. Then, he slapped the Thunder Flood dragon with his palm. The Thunder Flood dragon instinctively wanted to dodge, but it still stabilized its body. "Don't be nervous," Ling Xiao said. He immediately absorbed all the remaining death chi in the Thunder Flood dragon's body. He didn't want it to lurk in the Thunder Flood dragon's body, as it would affect the Thunder Flood dragon's physical injuries and vitality. At this moment, Rhea and Lei Shi, who had been watching the battle, were extremely surprised. They didn't see any lightning strikes. There were only many black storms swirling in front of them, blocking their vision and preventing them from seeing the battle clearly. "Aunt Xian, do you think the Thunder Flood dragon is going to lose?" "There are no sounds of battle." Rhea couldn't help but ask. "I'm not sure either. But based on the current situation, the Thunder Flood dragon doesn't seem to have the ability to attack. I just don't know what that person is doing. He hasn't dispersed his power, so I can't sense the situation there either." Lei Shi replied. How about we go over and take a look?" Rhea hesitated. Lei Shi hurriedly stopped her. "Xiaoya, don't be rash. That black wind contains a terrifying corrosive power. Even with our lightning power, we won't be able to stop it. It's best if we leave first. I think that person is fine. This. Alright, it's just that fifth uncle and the others died too unjustly. It's all my fault." Rhea thought of Lei Xia and the others who had died and couldn't help but feel sad. "Don't think too much about it. People will die any day in the outer realm. After this matter, you have to be more careful in the future. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions," Lei Shi said sincerely. At the same time, she pulled Rhea's hand and was about to leave. At this time, the black storm in the distance gradually disappeared, revealing two figures. Aunt Xian, they've appeared. Rhea cried out in alarm. Let's go, he's not a member of our Thunder clan. She pulled Rhea and began to run. However, Ling Xiao and the Thunder Flood Dragon had arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. What? I saved your lives and you don't even have to say thank you. Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at Rhea and Lei Shi. Lei Shi protected Lei Shi in front of her and said to Ling Xiao, "Thank you for saving our lives. We are from the Thunder clan. If you want to repay us, you can come to our Thunder space at any time. We will definitely thank you properly." At this time, Rhea clearly saw Ling Xiao's disguised appearance. Her heart inexplicably trembled and her face blushed. She thought to herself, what a handsome man. Ling Xiao glanced at the two girls in front of him and immediately saw through all of their thoughts. Lei Shi was very cautious, while Rhea was more curious and appreciative of him. Looks like I'll have to sacrifice my handsome and invincible appearance. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. I know you're from the Thunder clan. I also know that you're called Lei Shi, and this beautiful lady is called Rhea, right? Ling Xiao said with a hint of demonic charm. You? How do you know us? Lei Shi and Rhea exclaimed. Lei Shi asked nervously, who exactly are you? He, Lei Luojun and I can be considered friends. I heard him mention some people that he valued. At first, I wasn't sure if it was you guys, but I happened to hear you guys addressing each other. That's how I knew it was you guys. If it wasn't for Lei Luojun, I naturally wouldn't care about your lives. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He then pointed to the Thunder Flood Dragon and said, this Thunder Flood Dragon has already been subdued by me. If you guys aren't satisfied, you can beat it up to vent your anger. However, you can't kill it. You know my, Luojun's, Uncle Luojun? Lei Shi and Rhea exclaimed in unison. I fought with him a few times a long time ago. After that, I beat him black and blue. It can be said that we got to know each other after a fight. Ling Xiao laughed. Even Uncle Luo isn't your match. No wonder you can take care of this despicable Thunder Flood Dragon. It actually killed Fifth Uncle and the others. I must kill it. Rhea exclaimed softly and pounced at the Thunder Flood Dragon. She raised her tender hand and slapped it with all her might. Bang bang. The Thunder Flood Dragon didn't dare to resist and could only let Rhea beat it up. The Thunder Flood Dragon was a high-level 11th rank holy beast with thick skin and flesh. Even Rhea's ancient godly weapon couldn't kill it. At this moment, Lei Shi asked Ling Xiao, may I know your name? Why haven't I heard Luojun mention you? Lei Shi still didn't let down her guard against Ling Xiao. I'm Ling Xiao, a nobody. Lei Luojun didn't mention me because he's always been defeated by me. Of course, he's too embarrassed to tell others about this, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He then asked, this time, I came as promised. Lei Luojun and I agreed to have another match here. Unfortunately, I've waited for more than half a month and he still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he has stage fright? Lei Shi didn't know if Ling Xiao was telling the truth or not, so she could only reply, Luojun has something to do and hasn't returned yet. I knew it. This time, he would definitely run away. Ling Xiao laughed indifferently, then said to Rhea, who was still hitting the Thunder Flood Dragon, Miss Rhea, that's enough. If you keep hitting it, it'll die. I'm begging you, please let me kill it. Rhea begged Ling Xiao with a pleading look. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, no, it wasn't easy for me to subdue this Thunder Flood Dragon. In any case, I don't have a saint beast to protect me. It's just right for it to follow me by my side. Why must it be this one? You can find another one. Rhea said unwillingly. She then said, as long as you let me kill it, our Thunder clan will definitely give you satisfactory compensation. Ling Xiao said with a smile, if your Thunder Clan can give me a girl as beautiful as Miss Rhea to be my cultivation companion, I might consider it. Ling Xiao's words were blatant, and Rhea's delicate face flushed red. She said, I'm not as beautiful as you say. In the past, I've always heard from Lei Luojun that not only is his niece's talent outstanding, she's also extremely beautiful. Now that I've seen it, Miss Rhea doesn't have to be modest. Just as Rhea was about to say something, Lei Shi spoke first, Xiaoya, this Thunder Flood Dragon was subdued by someone else. Don't be willful. We should go back now, lest our clansmen worry. After saying that, she carried Rhea and left without saying a word. However, Rhea said to Ling Xiao, Feng Xiao, if you're looking for my uncle Luo Jun, why don't you come to our Thunder Space as a guest? Firstly, we can repay you, and secondly, you can wait for my uncle Luo Jun. Chapter 1671. Xiaoya, he's here to duel with your uncle Luo Jun. Lei Shi had no choice but to remind Leia. Leia retorted, I know, but they should just be sparring. They won't fight to the death. Otherwise, why would Feng Xiao save us? Miss Leia, you are indeed kind-hearted. Forget it, I won't go, lest you think I'm your Thunder Clan's enemy. Ling Xiao smiled and said, oh right, you guys can go collect the Thunder Mist source in front of you before you go back. Don't waste it. Boss, the Thunder Mist source is mine. The Thunder Flood Dragon immediately transmitted its voice to Ling Xiao anxiously. What's the hurry? Once the boss's matter is done, you'll be rewarded. Ling Xiao said. Are you really going to give us the Thunder Mist source? Leia asked with a surprised expression. Lei Shi also revealed a look of disbelief. They knew that Ling Xiao wasn't of the Thunder attribute, but he could still collect the Thunder Mist source and trade it with the Thunder attribute warriors. He could obtain a lot of divine items. However, the other party had given it to them without blinking an eye. They couldn't believe it. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said, if you guys don't want it, I'll let the Thunder Flood Dragon absorb it. Don't, we want it. We were the ones who discovered it. It was all because of this despicable Flood Dragon that came to snatch it. Leia immediately replied. Then, she said to Lei Shi, Aunt Xian, let's hurry up and look for it. The Thunder Mist source should still be here. Lei Shi didn't hesitate and rushed in the same direction as before to search for the remaining Thunder Mist source. Ling Xiao looked at their backs and said, you won't be able to escape from my palm. Immediately after, Ling Xiao kept the Thunder Flood Dragon into the cauldron and let it recover from its injuries first. Ling Xiao didn't leave immediately. Instead, he casually found a floating rock and sat down. He took out a jar of strong wine and started drinking. Looking at him, he looked like a wanton and unrestrained wanderer, exuding a sense of laziness. With his appearance, no matter if it was a young girl or a mature woman, he would kill them all. Even an honest person like me has to resort to deceiving others. I really have no choice. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. If anyone else heard what he said, they would probably start scolding him. How many people have you cheated? Can you not be so shameless? Not long after, Rhea and Lei Qian returned. Feng Xiao, you're still here. Can you come back with us to the lightning dimension? We must repay you well. Rhea's sadness was gone, and she said passionately. Lei Shi also smiled and said, that's right, since you are Luo Jun's friend, you are also a guest of our Thunder Clan. You also saved us, so you can be considered our benefactor. Allow us to properly entertain you. Judging from their expressions, they should have obtained a lot of Thunder Mist origin power, which was enough to cheer them up. Especially Rhea, she looked at Ling Xiao with a somewhat infatuated look, as if she couldn't wait to chat with Ling Xiao all night. Of course, it didn't mean that she had already fallen in love with Ling Xiao. Rather, Ling Xiao was the most perfect and handsome man she had ever seen. His strength was also so powerful, and at the same time, he had saved them when they were in danger. It could be said that he had left a deep impression on her. No matter how strong a woman was, she was still a kind of emotional animal. I don't think so. Since Lei Luojun isn't in the lightning space, there's no point in me going there. Besides, saving all of you was as easy as lifting a finger. Besides, I even subdued this lightning dragon. It can be considered as some compensation for me. Ling Xiao waved his hand as he spoke. Then he stood up and acted as if he was about to leave. When the two girls saw that Ling Xiao was really going to leave, they completely let down their guard against him. If Ling Xiao really had ulterior motives towards them, he probably wouldn't leave just like that. Of course, they didn't expect that Ling Xiao was just trying to catch them. Leia hurriedly stepped forward to block Ling Xiao's path and said, "Feng Xiao, don't go. Could it be that you dislike our Thunder clan for not being a good host?" Her beautiful eyes rippled with a delicate and moving gaze, flickering with sincerity and anticipation, making it difficult for any man to refuse her good intentions. Lei Shi also spoke up, "That's right, we are also sincere. Please, Feng Xiao, don't reject us. Otherwise, how will we explain ourselves to Luo Jun in the future?" From Ling Xiao's words and actions, they guessed that although he was an opponent of Lei Luo Jun, he was definitely the kind of friend who made friends through martial arts, not a true mortal enemy. Therefore, they were much more at ease with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao revealed a hesitant expression, and said, "All right, since that's the case, then I'll make a trip to your Thunder clan, but I can only stay for a few days. If Lei Luojun doesn't appear, then I can't be bothered to wait for him." "That's great, then let's go," Leia exclaimed with incomparable joy. "And, let's go quickly. Recently, there have been a lot of strange things happening in the outer realm. Let's return to the clan first," Lei Shi said. Thus, Ling Xiao followed the two girls towards the Thunder space. Along the way, Rhea kept asking Feng Xiao questions, as if she was very curious about Ling Xiao's background. Lei Qian, on the other hand, listened attentively. Ling Xiao naturally made up some facts. He could see through the two women's thoughts, so it was too easy for him to trick them. At this time, Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to ask a question. "I wonder if there is a Lord Medicine God in your Thunder clan?" Leia immediately blurted out, "Yes, do you want the Supreme God pellet? I'm afraid that's a little difficult, but if you really want it, I might be able to get one for you." Lei Shi glanced at Ling Xiao and became a little more vigilant. However, when she heard Ling Xiao's next words, her vigilance disappeared again. "I want to refine a Supreme God pellet, but ordinary medicine gods really can't satisfy my requirements. Apart from the wind element, I also have the metal element, so I need a Supreme God pellet with both the metal and wind elements. All these years, I've traveled all over the outer realm and found 2 or 3 medicine gods, but none of them were able to refine this kind of dual elemental pellet. As a result, I've been stuck at the peak of the intermediate level for all these years, unable to break through." Sigh. Ling Xiao sighed softly. "So you have a dual elemental physique. No wonder you're so powerful. However, you don't have the lightning element, so why did you subdue that lightning dragon?" Leia revealed a look of admiration and confusion. "No one said that humans and holy beasts with different elemental attributes can't work together, right? I think this lightning dragon is pretty good. My wind element is enhanced by the lightning element. Even those of a higher level than me won't be able to do anything to me." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Feng Xiao is indeed extraordinary. The wind element is enhanced by the lightning element, and the lightning element and wind element are in harmony with the heavenly Tao. You can indeed unleash unimaginable power." Lei Shi praised. "You're too kind. I was just talking nonsense, haha." Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Leia's beautiful eyes sparkled. She admired Ling Xiao even more. "Oh right, Feng Xiao, the medicine god of my clan can definitely refine the dual elemental supreme god pellet for you. However, I'll have to ask him to know if he can refine it for you. Leia said. Thank you. I don't have much hope anyway, so don't force yourself. You'll be able to take that step sooner or later anyway. Ling Xiao said casually. Over the next few days, Ling Xiao and the two women got to know each other very well. Leia became more and more enthusiastic towards Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao didn't mind giving her some magic potions, which made her smile from time to time. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel guilty. He said, I didn't mean to deceive you. If you want to blame someone, blame your Thunder tribe for being too unkind. You put the Great Hall Master under house arrest. I had no choice but to use this method. Lei Shi finally stopped worrying about Ling Xiao. Anyway, she thought that Ling Xiao didn't want to harm them. After they entered the Thunder space, it would be their territory, so they didn't need to worry about Ling Xiao harboring evil intentions. After several days of hurrying, the three of them finally reached the periphery of the Thunder space. Many lightning bolts twinkled. Each of them was enough to blow up a half-incipient God Realm expert. There were even some heavenly lightning bolts that were so dense that a low-level Great Master couldn't endure them. Feng Xiao, this is our Thunder tribe's Thunder space. What do you think? Leia pointed at the Thunder space and said proudly. Ling Xiao replied, your Thunder clan is the overlord of the Outer Realms, and this lightning domain is even more famous in the Outer Realms. This natural barrier is enough to make ordinary people unable to withstand it. It is indeed the most suitable place for your Thunder clan to live. That's right. If it weren't for this magical Thunder space, our tribe wouldn't have been able to prosper. Come on, let's get in. Leia answered and then led the way, storming into the Thunder space. The power of sky lightning contained within this space of lightning was indeed not weak. Ling Xiao could even sense traces of lightning power source within it. It was the best place for any warrior with Thunder class to cultivate. Shi Yan thought, this Thunder space is a good place to cultivate. No wonder why the Thunder tribe has been staying here since the antiquity time. This place should have the Thunder Genesis stone. However, it's as hard as climbing up to the sky to take it from them. The Thunder space was a little smaller than the flowing gold space. However, there weren't any foreigners living here. There were just the incipient God Realm experts who had a business relationship with the Thunder tribe. In other words, all the people in this Thunder space had the Thunder tribe's bloodline. Tens of millions of members of the Thunder tribe had a natural and precious place to cultivate. It wasn't hard to imagine why they could be the overlords of the Southern Territory. This was the force of one of the top ancient clans that had developed since the antiquity time. As soon as Ling Xiao entered this place, he immediately felt the aura of many incipient God Realm experts scanning through him. He sighed inwardly. Although I know the situation of this place from the memories of the Thunder tribe members, seeing is believing. The number of incipient God Realm experts in this place can be compared to any territory in the Heaven Territory. They might even have more. No wonder why they could mobilize 100 or 200 incipient God Realm experts in just a blink of an eye. It's lucky that the two Hall Masters didn't lead the army to rescue the Great Hall Master. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to come back alive. Chapter 1672. Ling Xiao followed Rhea and Lei Shi into the lightning space. Rhea had the Thunder God physique that the Thunder clan had focused on nurturing. Her position wasn't ordinary. People would watch her every move. As soon as they entered the lightning space, some supreme incipient God Realm experts came to greet them. Yame, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, we would have gone out to find you, a handsome young man with short purple hair asked with concern. This young man had the power of a low-level supreme expert. He was around 2,000 years old and could be considered a monstrous expert. His name was Lei Tongjia, one of Rhea's pursuers. Their clan had been divided into many factions. Although they had the same bloodline, they weren't close relatives. Moreover, the Thunder clan had a special secret technique. Even if they married close relatives, their children wouldn't be retarded. They could maintain their excellent bloodline. Xianxia, what's the matter? Rhea asked with a cold face. She didn't have the enthusiasm and liveliness that she had when she talked to Ling Xiao. She had a coldness that pushed people 1,000 miles away. Xianxia seemed to be used to it. He immediately explained, a few days ago, an unknown enemy attacked us outside the lightning space. Even the old patriarch was alarmed. Many people died in the clan. I was worried that you would encounter those people. What? Who is so bold to actually dare to attack our Thunder clan's people? Are they tired of living? Weren't those people killed by the old patriarch and the others? Rhea said angrily. She asked with a dark face, what's the situation now? Those people have escaped. Even the chief can't deal with them. You guys should go out less. Oh right, where is Uncle Lei Xia and the others who went with you? Xianxia asked. His gaze swept over Ling Xiao's face, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Who is this guy? Is he also Yamei's follower? He better not be. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. We were attacked by the Thunder Flood Dragon. They're already dead. She paused for a moment before saying, all right, I'm back. You can go now. I have to bring the guest back to the courtyard. What? They're dead? The people who came with Xianxia exclaimed. She nodded and said, I will explain this to the patriarch. It was just an accident. Rhea and she ignored them and brought Ling Xiao in another direction. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to follow him, Xianxia stopped Ling Xiao and asked Rhea, Yamei, who is this person? He shouldn't be a member of our Thunder clan. He's a guest that I invited. It's none of your business. Get out of my way. Rhea said unhappily. You should know that Renee doesn't allow strangers to come in without permission. Xianxia said unhappily. He's my savior, so why can't I invite him to the clan as a guest? Besides, he's Uncle Luo Jun's friend, so you don't have the right to interfere. Rhea said without any trace of politeness. She was already sick of Xianxia's pestering. Xianxia retorted, this is an extraordinary time. Before we confirm who he is, I forbid him from going to your courtyard. Why don't I arrange for him to stay in the foreign guest's place for now? I can't be bothered with you. Feng Xiao, let's go. Rhea didn't want to argue with Xianxia. She took a few steps back and grabbed Ling Xiao's hand, wanting to leave. Rhea suddenly pulling Ling Xiao's hand was like adding fuel to the fire in Xianxia's heart. He was instantly enraged. Let go of Yamei's hand right now. Xianxia roared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao thought to himself innocently, it seems like she's the one holding my hand. Bro, you've got the wrong person. Tang Jia, what's wrong with you? Rhea glared at Xianxia and replied. Little sister Yamei, you should know that my clan is not allowed to marry outsiders. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Then. So what? He's just my benefactor, it's nothing. Rhea said unnaturally. At the same time, she couldn't help but let go of Ling Xiao's hand, her eyes revealing a desolate look. At this time, she said to Xianxia, Tangjia, stop messing around. This person really is your Uncle Luo Jun's friend, and he even saved our lives in the outer realm. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to return. If you treat a guest like this, wouldn't it seem like our Thunder clan has no magnanimity? I don't care who he is, as long as he's not from the Thunder clan, he can't go to Yamei's courtyard and can only stay in the foreign guest's place. If he's an enemy's spy, we can't bear the consequences. If you insist on doing this, I can only let the clan elders make a decision. Lei Tongjie was indeed stubborn. Forget it, don't hurt our relationship because of me. I think I should leave. Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. No, Feng Xiao, you saved my and Aunt Qian's lives. We won't allow you to be wronged. Rhea said firmly. Then, a lightning sword appeared in her hand and she pointed it at Lei Tongjie. Get out of the way immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. Alright, you actually treated me like this for an outsider. Lei Tongjie said unhappily. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, if you're a man, then get out here. As long as you can get past me, I'll let you and Yame in. Tang Jie, don't ask for trouble. Lei Shi also shouted angrily. What kind of strength did Ling Xiao have? He was an existence that could even kill a high-level 11th stage Thunder Flood Dragon. How could Lei Tongjie, who was only at the peak of a low-level sovereign, compare to him? She said this for Lei Tongjie's own good. Rhea, on the other hand, said with great interest, Feng Xiao, give him a good beating so that he won't pester me like a fly. How annoying. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, originally, I didn't want to offend anyone from your Thunder clan, but since this friend here is making things difficult for me, I'll grant your wish. Let's go to the outer region. I'll let you have 10 moves. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned into a light breeze and flew to the outer region with his hands behind his back. Just as Lei Tongjie was about to move, a mid-level sovereign beside him said, he's stronger than you. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. There are many opponents who are stronger than me, but I've already killed more than 5 of them. Lei Tongjie said confidently and immediately gave chase. The people around him followed one by one. Come on, Lei Luojun has fought with me a few times, but I beat him up every time. Since you're his nephew, I won't take advantage of you. I'll let you have 10 moves. If you can injure me, I'll consider it your win. Ling Xiao said disdainfully to Lei Tongjie. How arrogant, but... I'll make you regret coming to our Thunder space today. Lei Tongjie said with a dark expression. Without any warning, he immediately attacked Ling Xiao. Unstoppable thunder. His palms were filled with the power of thunder and lightning. Every bolt of lightning seemed to contain the force of thousands of tons as it blasted towards Ling Xiao. Before the move arrived, it had already caused a very strong destructive force, causing many spaces to explode from the electricity. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the power of thunder exploded violently. How despicable. Rhea couldn't help but scold. It's all right. A fight between experts happens in the blink of an eye. If Feng Xiao couldn't even dodge this move, he wouldn't have been able to subdue that thunder dragon. Lei Qian replied. After a short pause, she continued, but Tang Jie is indeed not bad. Xiaoya, why aren't you interested in him? His arrogant attitude really annoys me. Besides, he's too annoying. Rhea replied unhappily. However, you have to remember that our clan cannot marry outsiders. Even if they do, they have to be of the thunder attribute. Furthermore, they have to live in our Lei family and become a member of our Lei family. Don't forget the rules set by our ancestors. Lei Qian reminded her. Rhea's expression was unreadable as she replied, Aunt Qian, I know. Indeed, although Lei Tongjie's move was powerful, Ling Xiao dodged it easily. Given his speed, unless one was a high-level supreme martial artist or above, they wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Wind attribute. No wonder you're so confident in letting me have 10 moves. However, in front of my merciless thunder and lightning, you're also dead. Lei Tongjie's murderous intent was aroused, and his power increased explosively once again. Heavenly lightning, earthly fire. Suddenly, heavenly lightning descended from the sky, accompanied by a considerable amount of lightning fire, enveloping the nearby space and bombarding it. The attack range was extremely wide. No matter how fast Ling Xiao was, Lei Tongjie felt that Ling Xiao would definitely be hit. However, Ling Xiao's body was as light as a swallow. His body dodged left and right in front of the heavenly lightning earthly fire, and he wasn't even touched by the power at all. Is that all you've got? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Bastard, you've angered me. I'll let you have a taste of my rushing thunder blade. Lei Tongjie didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so fast. He had no choice but to take out his ancient divine weapon. Rushing thunder furious slash. Lei Tongjie's body and blade became one, turning into terrifying lightning strikes that slashed down on Ling Xiao's head. This strike was like the god of thunder, and its momentum was endless. It could even threaten a mid-level supreme martial artist or incipient god realm expert. You look good, but you're just good to look at but useless. Ling Xiao sneered again. His figure was constantly changing, dodging between the cracks in the saber moves. The power of thunder and lightning couldn't even touch him in the slightest before it was dispersed by his defensive chi. He whispered in his mind, the thunder body is innately different from ordinary people. They all have the ability to fight higher realms. Although Ling Xiao looked down on Lei Tongjie, it was because his competence was much stronger than Lei Tongjie's. If he had the same competence as Lei Tongjie, he would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with Lei Tongjie. Lei Tongjie was so enraged that he used all of his skills to attack Ling Xiao unceasingly. Rhea shouted not far from him, the 5th move, the 6th move, the 7th move. It's the 10th move, Lei Tongjie. Why don't you stop? She counted to 10 moves, but Lei Tongjie didn't stop attacking. He continued to attack Ling Xiao. Such a despicable person. Feng Xiao, teach him a lesson. Rhea screamed at Ling Xiao. Chapter 1673. Lei Tongjie continuously attacked for 100 times, but he did not even manage to touch a single hair on Ling Xiao's body. He was extremely depressed. His powerful attacks, which had always been successful, could even be withstood by a middle-level supreme martial artist. However, it was useless against a middle-level supreme martial artist with the wind attribute. He could not help but curse, "Don't dodge if you're so capable. If you can take one of my moves head-on, I'll let this matter go." "Alright, then I won't dodge," Ling Xiao replied casually. Then, he stood still and waited for Lei Tongjie's killing move to arrive. "Alright, you asked for it. Don't blame me," Lei Tongjie shouted with a smug look on his face. He held the handle of the thunderbolt saber with both hands and started to draw in the heavenly lightning. At the same time, his own lightning power started to explode. Suddenly, thunder and lightning rumbled around him. The sound of thunder was endless, and the intersecting lightning produced a destructive power. From afar, it looked like a horrifying scene from the end of the world. "Hee, it looks like a pretty good move," Ling Xiao praised from the bottom of his heart. The fact that this move had such power at the start already proved how powerful it was. With Lei Tongjie's strength and the power of the heavenly lightning, it indeed had the power to shake an ordinary middle-level supreme martial artist. Even if it could not kill someone, it would at least severely injure them. Tang Jie's comprehension is indeed extraordinary. He actually comprehended the first move of the heaven regret art left behind by our ancestor. Lei Qian exclaimed. "What's so great about it? No matter how hard he works, he will not be a match for Feng Xiao," Lei said disapprovingly. However, looking at her nervous expression, it was obvious that she was worried for Ling Xiao. No matter what, everyone in her clan was clear about the power of the deity art left behind by their ancestor. One move that Lei Tongjie comprehended was enough to kill someone who was of a higher level than him. Of course, she did not think that Ling Xiao would be defeated by this move. She was just afraid that he would be injured. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao's shadow had quietly appeared in her heart. "Die, ignorant brat." Lei Tongjie had already finished gathering his energy. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped bolt of lightning. His entire body turned into the power of purple lightning. After he let out a cry, the thunder rush saber in his hand slashed wildly at Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a sea of lightning seemed to descend from the sky, enveloping everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Explosive blade light with destructive power slashed over. One blade to destroy all things, to destroy heaven and earth. This was the ancient god technique that was created by an old ancestor of the Thunder clan. Boundless lightning and violent saber energy enveloped Ling Xiao, but he did not dodge on the spot. "Feng Xiao, dodge!" Rhea exclaimed. Although this move was terrifying, could it make Ling Xiao afraid? This was clearly impossible. When this move was about to land on top of his head, Ling Xiao finally began to move. His body spun lightly. At first, it looked like he was spinning very slowly. At the same time, circles of strong wind began to gather from all directions. Suddenly, a black storm appeared. Ling Xiao's body had already spun so fast that no one could see him clearly. The black storm began to thicken to the extreme. Several black storms tens of thousands of meters tall soared into the sky, sweeping the boundless lightning and lightning blades away in all directions. Rumble, rumble. The two frightening powers collided with each other, and countless lightning powers were forcefully dispersed. However, the black storm was becoming more and more intense. Lei Tongjie only felt that he was being swept along with this storm uncontrollably. No. How is this possible? Lei Tongjie let out a voice of disbelief. Just as he was about to retreat, the black storm had already wrapped around him, spinning him so much that he could not tell north from south. He only felt as if he had fallen into a tornado. His entire body became extremely chaotic and uncomfortable. He could not control his body at all, allowing the wind blades to ravage him. However, he did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt as if his life force was being drained away. However, no matter what he felt, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The few Thunder tribe members who were watching the battle widened their eyes and mouths, revealing a look of disbelief. They were obviously shocked by Ling Xiao's move. "I told you that Tang Jia would not be a match for Feng Xiao." Rhea's worries turned to joy. Lei Qian glanced at Rhea worriedly and sighed in her heart. "I hope Xiaoya will not walk the path of those women. Otherwise, the consequences will be very tragic." "Oh no, will Feng Xiao kill Tang Jia? If that's the case, it will be troublesome." Rhea exclaimed again. Lei Qian said, "Feng Xiao should be a person with a sense of propriety. He knows what to do." After a long while, the black storm that was wreaking havoc in the world gradually subsided, and the corrosive baleful aura was also gradually withdrawn. Ling Xiao and Lei Tongjie's shadows had already appeared. Ling Xiao was still standing with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering lightly, his expression calm, as if he had not made a move at all. Lei Tongjie, on the other hand, looked miserable. His body was still spinning due to the inertia, and the divine armor on his body had already completely collapsed. His body was almost completely naked, his eyes were rolled back, and white foam was coming out of the corner of his mouth. He looked like a dead fish, looking extremely miserable. Tang Jia. The few people who were with Lei Tongjie immediately shouted in alarm and flew towards him. Rhea and Lei Qian also rushed over, but they went to Ling Xiao's side. Rhea asked with concern, "Feng Xiao, are you all right?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "You should ask him that." Rhea was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, "Even if he's dead, I can't be bothered with him." "Xiaoya, what are you talking about?" Lei Qian glared at Rhea, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You didn't do anything to him, did you?" "Don't worry, I just taught him a lesson." Ling Xiao replied. "That's good. Let's go. This matter ends here." Lei Qian said. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to argue any further. He nodded and followed Lei Qian and Rhea into the thunder space. As for Lei Tongjia, after this battle, he had already set down an inner demon in his heart. His confidence had been completely destroyed by Ling Xiao, and it was almost impossible for him to advance any further. He would not be remembered by Ling Xiao. He was just one of the people that Ling Xiao had dealt with in his life. He was just an insignificant person, and did not even have a place in his heart. Rhea's courtyard was on top of a mountain. The houses were all built with thunder magnet wood, and the surroundings were filled with all kinds of lightning-attributed holy grass and flowers. Rhea, get someone to entertain Feng Xiao. I'll make a trip to the clan to report on that matter and find out what happened in the clan's research. Lei Qian said and left. When Rhea saw Lei Qian leave, a smile appeared on her face, as if she couldn't wait for Lei Qian to leave. Feng Xiao, let me show you around. You'll definitely like our place. It was rare for Rhea to have some alone time with Ling Xiao. She walked to Ling Xiao's side and said. As Rhea approached Ling Xiao, he immediately smelled a woman's fragrance. Her delicate face indeed had a soul-stealing charm. No wonder those youths from the Thunder clan would go crazy for her. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, I also want to see the special characteristics of the Thunder space. Some things could not be rushed. He had to capture Rhea's heart as soon as possible before carrying out his rescue plan. Now that he had gained a good impression of Rhea, he only needed to use some tricks and he would definitely be able to make her submit to his demonic palm. After that, Ling Xiao followed Rhea and strolled around the area. When Rhea and Ling Xiao stood together, they looked like an immortal couple that made people feel that they were a perfect match. Wherever they went, the people from the Thunder clan could not help but feel that way when they were seen. However, they all knew that the Thunder clan was not allowed to marry outsiders. Even if Rhea and the other party could get along, there would not be any results. Rhea brought Ling Xiao around and told Ling Xiao many places in the Thunder clan. For example, the important areas of the Thunder clan, the ordinary residences of the Thunder clan, the place to receive foreign guests. She seemed to be in a very good mood, and from time to time, a smile would appear on her face like a blooming flower. She seemed especially happy. Ling Xiao's words were humorous and appropriate, and there was a sense of closeness to him. He was really a lady killer, so it was reasonable for him to make Rhea happy. Look, Feng Xiao, that's the Sky Thunder Mountain. It's the place where the younger generation of our Thunder clan train. That place often receives the baptism of Sky Thunder, which can help us Thunder people to awaken our Thunder body. Back then, I was also baptized there, and it was also there that I awakened my Thunder God body. Your Thunder clan is indeed extraordinary. No wonder you can nurture so many geniuses, Ling Xiao praised. He then continued, but I don't think there are many as beautiful as Miss Rhea, and even fewer as powerful as you. It's a pity that the Thunder clan is not allowed to marry outsiders. Otherwise, I, Feng Xiao, would have to pursue Miss Rhea as my cultivation partner. What a pity. Ling Xiao's words were extremely explicit, and Rhea blushed instantly. She asked shyly, Feng Xiao, do you really think I'm beautiful? She had heard too many compliments, but for some reason, when she heard Ling Xiao say it, she felt especially happy. Of course. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. You're as pure and bright as the vast moon, as beautiful and alluring as the Queen of Flowers. Ever since I saw you for the first time, I almost couldn't help myself. Luckily, I, Feng Xiao, have cultivated for many years, and my temperament is still passable. Otherwise, I would have already fallen for you. Ling Xiao said emotionally. He looked at Rhea affectionately, and his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate her heart. Rhea only exchanged a glance with Ling Xiao before burying her head in her ample bosom. Her heart was beating rapidly, and she shyly thought to herself, how can he be so direct? Ling Xiao hooked Rhea's chin and lifted her face up. Even if we can't be together, you're already in my heart. What should I do? Chapter 1674. Rhea was dumbfounded. She had never expected Ling Xiao to say something like that so blatantly. All the men she had come into contact with in the past had expressed their love for her in a subtle way. However, Ling Xiao had gone straight to the point and barged into her heart, making it hard for her to reject him. If such a powerful and handsome man were to stand in front of you and confess his love so directly, no woman in love would be able to resist him. Seeing Ling Xiao's handsome face getting closer and closer to her, Rhea's heart almost jumped out of her chest. She was so nervous that she closed her eyes and stopped looking at Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao let go of her at this moment and sighed. "I don't want to destroy you. We should just be good friends." Rhea opened her eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. She felt that this man was so sincere to her. She had already let him kiss her freely, but he was still thinking for her. She was extremely touched. However, at the same time, she felt a sense of loss. This was the first man that she had a good impression of. However, the rules of the clan forbade them from marrying outsiders. This also meant that she and Ling Xiao were not fated to be together. "Yes, we are good friends." Rhea calmed herself down and said. Although she had a good impression of Ling Xiao, it was not to the extent that she was deeply in love with him. "By the way, when are you going to ask me if I can refine the Sovereign God pill? I've already stayed for a few days. Lei Luojun probably won't show up, so I should leave too." Ling Xiao changed the topic. "Ah, you're leaving so soon?" Rhea exclaimed. "Yes, I'm afraid that the longer I stay, the more I can't get rid of you. It's better to leave as soon as possible so that I don't cause you any more trouble. I can forget about you as soon as possible and focus on my cultivation." Ling Xiao sighed. "Alright, then let's go back to the monastery." "I'll go ask around," said Rhea disappointedly. Immediately after, she and Ling Xiao returned to her courtyard and let Ling Xiao stay there for the time being, while she went to an important place in the clan. Ling Xiao immediately sat down cross-legged. He released his soul and followed Rhea invisibly. "This time, I'll figure out the first palace master situation first, then think of a way to save him." Ling Xiao thought to himself. Lei Ye was the junior that the Thunder clan had nurtured and nurtured. Moreover, she was a supreme incipient God realm expert with an extraordinary position. Her courtyard was close to the important area of the clan. Hence, Ling Xiao quickly followed Rhea to the Thunder clan's territory. This was where the clan chief resided. There were lightning mountains all around, and heavenly lightning would frequently descend. From time to time, lightning beasts would roam about. Inside the mountains, there were many majestic purple ancient pavilions that looked extremely imposing. Indistinctly, thunderclaps arose like the melodious morning bell in a tomb. Almost all the warriors here were at King God realm and above. Occasionally, there were warriors of the Holy Emperor, but they were just ordinary guards and servants. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire the power of the Thunder clan. Even if the Kim people and the Dragon Gate joined hands, they couldn't be compared to the Thunder clan. Rhea entered the most majestic hall. Ling Xiao wanted to follow her, but he sensed a terrifying aura coming from inside. The aura was no weaker than his own. Furthermore, there was a thunder beast guarding the entrance of the hall. He was afraid that he would be discovered if he followed her inside. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to stay outside for the time being. Around 2 hours later, Rhea flew out of the hall with a proud smile on her face. She mumbled to herself, "I didn't fail Feng Zhao's request. I must help him get the supreme god pellets with both metal and wind attributes." Right after that, Rhea left the place, heading to the other side of the hall. Not long after that, Rhea arrived at the Sky Thunder Mountain that she had taken Ling Xiao to. This Sky Thunder Mountain was surrounded by beams of lightning and thunder power. Each beam of lightning contained an extremely powerful energy. Ordinary warriors would die if they touched it. Only those with the thunder physique could use the energy here to cultivate and strengthen their bodies. After Rhea arrived at the Sky Thunder Mountain, she immediately landed on the side of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there was a cave mansion surrounded by lightning strikes. Half-incipient God Realm experts were guarding it. Ordinary warriors couldn't get close to it. When Rhea arrived, the half-incipient God Realm experts in front of the cave immediately greeted her. "Greetings, Miss Rhea. Yeah, this is the token of the chief. You guys let me in to see the alchemy god." Rhea answered and showed them a thunder token. Ling Xiao, who was invisible, shuddered. He didn't expect that the Great Hall Master, Xianxia, was imprisoned by the Thunder Clan under this Sky Thunder Mountain. Although the Thunder Clan knew that they had imprisoned a supreme alchemy god, not many people knew where he was imprisoned. Even Lei Luojun could only guess that there were a few places, including this Sky Thunder Mountain. Rhea knew that Xianxia was here because she had met the chief elder of the Thunder Clan. After Leia entered, Ling Xiao wanted to enter as well. However, a powerful restrictive power suddenly spread out from within the Grotto Mansion, isolating the Grotto Mansion. If he wanted to barge in, he would definitely be stopped by this force. Moreover, his whereabouts might be exposed. It's good that I know he's here. I'll go back and think of a solution. Ling Xiao didn't dare to stay for too long. If the Thunder Clan's experts found him, it would be troublesome. Ling Xiao's divine soul quickly returned to his real body and combined. There must be a supreme expert guarding the Sky Thunder Mountain. I can't act rashly. I must come up with a plan that satisfies both sides. Ling Xiao muttered to himself and fell into deep thought. The most important thing for him now was to see Xianxia and understand his situation. Then, he could think of a way to save him. No matter what, he might enter the belly of the Sky Thunder Mountain in the end. At that time, it would be the last moment for his identity to be exposed. After about 4 hours, Rhea returned to the courtyard. However, she didn't seem to be in a good mood. Her face was taut as if she had been wronged. "What's wrong, Miss Rhea? Is it because it's not easy? If that's the case, then forget it. I've already accepted it." Ling Xiao asked. "I'm so angry. That stubborn old man doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. I gave him so many benefits, but he still rejected my request." Rhea scolded. Stubborn old man? Your clan's Lord Alchemist God? If that's the case, then forget it. I know that every alchemist god has a strange temper. If they don't want to concoct pills, others really can't force them. Ling Xiao followed Rhea's words and said. "You're right. Is the alchemist god that amazing? Isn't he still captured by our Thunder Clan? Later, I'll summon the heavenly lightning to descend and he'll suffer. Let's see if he'll refine a sovereign god pill for me." Rhea was straightforward and revealed the secret of her clan. "Your Thunder Clan is really shameless." Ling Xiao despised them in his heart. Then, he said to Rhea, "There are some things that can't be forced. I think it's fine. In any case, I'm already very satisfied to be able to get to know such a beautiful young lady like Rhea." Ling Xiao's bewitching soup was still very effective on Rhea. She blushed and said, "Feng Xiao, don't be anxious. That stubborn old man will always have some time to jump around. When the heavenly lightning gathers, he'll have a hard time. At that time, his willpower will be the weakest, and I'll definitely get him to concoct pills for you. Miss Rhea, you're so good to me. If only you weren't a member of the Thunder Clan." Ling Xiao looked at Rhea affectionately and sighed. Rhea revealed a shy expression and said, "You saved my life, so it's only right for me to repay you." "So Miss Rhea did this to repay your kindness." Sigh. "Looks like I was overthinking things. I'm leaving. I said that I don't need you to repay me. Ling Xiao sighed and pretended to leave. Rhea immediately stepped forward and grabbed Ling Xiao's arm. You. Don't be like this, I sincerely want to get the sovereign god pill for you, it's not just to repay your kindness. Then what are you doing if you're not repaying me? Would you like a prodigal son like me who has no fixed abode? That's impossible. Ling Xiao laughed at himself, then said, I'd better go. I don't want to see you suffer because of me. Don't be like this. I don't want you to go. Rhea's heart was in a mess as she pulled Ling Xiao. Really? You really don't want me to go? I'm so happy. Ling Xiao exclaimed in joy. Then, he grabbed Rhea's tender hand and pulled her into his embrace. His thick lips fiercely kissed her jade lips. Rhea was instantly stunned. She felt as if her entire body was being struck by a powerful electric current, causing her to feel numb and her entire body to tremble slightly. That feeling was indescribably strange. She was a little resistant, but she liked it more than anything else. It was truly indescribable. At the same time, she did not expect Ling Xiao to do such a thing to her. Ling Xiao's tongue pried open her pearly white teeth and went straight for the root of the problem. That pair of perverted hands seemed to have magical powers as they caressed her sexy and delicate body. Feeling the wonderful bounciness, his lower body instantly reacted. I've sacrificed my body just for the first palace master. When he comes out, he must compensate me properly. But, this Rhea is also a top-grade woman. It's a pity that I don't have the fortune to enjoy her. Ling Xiao lamented in his heart. If other men heard Ling Xiao's words, they would definitely hack this shameless man into pieces. This guy was really taking advantage of her. If he had the ability, he could sacrifice himself for her. We wouldn't mind. Just as Rhea's breathing quickened and she was about to reply to Ling Xiao suddenly pushed Rhea away and said with a panicked expression, Damn it, how could I do such a thing to offend Miss Rhea? I'm a beast. Hit me, I was just too happy and got carried away. I definitely didn't mean to offend you. She looked at Ling Xiao and recalled that wonderful feeling. At the same time, she felt nervous as if she had done something shameful. Forget it, it's not your fault. Rhea replied. She turned around and quickly returned to her room. Chapter 1675. As he watched Rhea leave, Ling Xiao smiled proudly. Suddenly, an obscure aura came from behind him. An old voice rang in his ears. I don't care who you are. Stay away from Rhea immediately. The voice was filled with a cold aura. It made one feel uncomfortable as if they had fallen into a cold cellar. I was too careless. Ling Xiao scolded himself. Then, he turned around and saw an old woman gently sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard with a broom in her hand. Ling Xiao looked at the old woman, who had reached the late stage of the supreme stage. He bowed slightly and said, Greetings, Senior. I didn't mean to offend you just now. If you offended me, then so be it. If you don't leave now, you won't have to. The old woman shot Ling Xiao a threatening look. Ling Xiao had no choice but to spread his hands and say, All right, I was going to leave anyway. Since Senior doesn't welcome me, I'll leave now. After saying that, Ling Xiao really flew up, wanting to leave the space of lightning. At this moment, Rhea rushed out of the room again and shouted, Feng Xiao, don't leave. Little you can't be willful. Have you forgotten the rules of our ancestors? The old woman shouted at Rhea. Great-grandmother, I haven't forgotten. I'm just good friends with Feng Xiao. He didn't mean to do that just now. Rhea said anxiously. Look at how incoherent you are now. You've already started to like him. If he doesn't leave, I'll kill him immediately. The old woman could see through people's thoughts. Naturally, she wouldn't give Ling Xiao another chance to tempt Rhea. Rhea looked at Feng Xiao with a troubled expression. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Miss Rhea, Senior, I'm sorry to disturb you." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even look back as he immediately charged up into the sky and left the space of thunder and lightning. Feng Xiao! Rhea exclaimed and wanted to chase after him. The old woman suddenly acted and restrained Rhea, not letting her chase after them. "You are not allowed to chase after him, it is impossible for you and him to be together. The longer you stay with him, the deeper you will fall. At that time, the only one who will suffer will be you," the old woman advised. But I think he's really good," Rhea said with a sad expression. "I know. Great-grandmother has been through it all. She understands what it's like to have your first awakening of love. However, you'll slowly forget about him after a while," the old woman said. She thought to herself, this kind of man with flowery words is the most unreliable. I will make him disappear from your life forever. As soon as Ling Xiao reached the 9th heaven, he immediately sensed a few powerful auras chasing after him. It seems that it's impossible to find a place to hide before doing anything. I'll go to the outer territory to deal with them first. After Ling Xiao thought to himself, he accelerated and rushed to the outer territory. Ling Xiao didn't linger around the lightning space. He dashed away. "He's leaving. We should chase him." The Thunder Clan's warriors screamed in fear and sped up to chase after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao deliberately slowed down a little to let them catch up to him. Then, he sped up, leaving them far behind. They couldn't catch up with him even if they wanted to. However, if they didn't chase after him, they felt that the distance wasn't far. After 1 day and 1 night, Ling Xiao finally stopped. Swoosh! 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 Some figures immediately surrounded Ling Xiao. "Run! Why don't you run? We're tired of chasing you," shouted a Thunder Clan's warrior, glaring at Ling Xiao angrily. Ling Xiao recognized this expert at Incipient God Realm. He was one of the experts who had stayed with Lei Tangjia. The other two were the same. He had never seen the other two before. However, they were at the high level of Incipient God Realm. 2 high-level Incipient God Realm experts and 3 mid-level Incipient God Realm experts. They thought highly of Ling Xiao by dispatching such a lineup. "I've already left. What else do you want?" Ling Xiao glanced at them and said in a low voice. "Nothing much. We just want to borrow your head." The mid-level Supreme Being who had just spoken grinned. "Are all the Thunder Clan's warriors this kind of people?" sneered Ling Xiao. "Humph, why do we need to talk about gratitude when dealing with people with evil intentions like you? I'll kill you later to vent Tang Jia's hatred." That person shouted in fear. A thunder axe appeared in his hand and he slashed at Ling Xiao's head. Boundless power and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning poured down in torrents. Muffled groans rang out incessantly. "Since you won't let me go, then you can die too." A strong murderous aura flashed past Ling Xiao's eyes. His figure suddenly changed and he dodged the thunder axe in the blink of an eye. His body had already appeared in front of that mid-level Supreme Being. A kick that contained a strong wind ruthlessly kicked at his lower abdomen. "Watch out!" The high-level Supreme Being of the Thunder Clan shouted in fear. At the same time, he moved to help that mid-level Supreme Being. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that they couldn't catch up. Bang! Ah! That mid-level Supreme Being's lower abdomen exploded from Ling Xiao's kick. He screamed in pain. At the same time, the strong murderous aura quickly spread to his divine body, causing his life to decrease rapidly. It was hard for his divine body to reform. Ling Xiao didn't stop there. Another whip kick swept towards that mid-level Supreme Being's head. That mid-level Supreme Being's head instantly exploded like a watermelon falling onto the ground. It was a disgusting and ferocious sight. The attacks of the other members of the Thunder Clan also started to fall on Ling Xiao's body. Terrifying lightning exploded. It was enough to kill any high-level Supreme Being. I've already suffered a loss and been taken advantage of. How dare you still force me? Then, all of you can stay here and become my puppets. Ling Xiao was a little angry. He didn't plan to show them any mercy. He directly summoned his God Soul Doppelganger and attacked those few Supreme Beings at the incipient God realm. Although these people's strength wasn't ordinary, they were no match for Ling Xiao. They didn't know what was going on. They were attacked by a terrifying force. Their divine bodies exploded and they were all frozen to the point that they couldn't move. The battle was completely resolved in a matter of moments. The two high-level Supreme Beings who thought highly of themselves were extremely depressed. They were captured before they could use their combat power. They didn't even have a place to complain. After Ling Xiao captured them, he immediately put in a lot of effort to control all of them. You're the ones who came to work for me. You can't blame me. Ling Xiao said complacently. After Ling Xiao controlled them, he immediately sent one of them back to the thunder space. As long as he could capture that old woman, he could continue to use the honey trap on Rhea. As long as he had a chance to see Shirt Songyang, he could think of a way to save her. Another key point was to find out what kind of powerful existence was guarding the Sky Thunder Mountain. According to the memories of these members of the Thunder Clan, they only said that the inside of the Sky Thunder Mountain was the place where the Thunder Puppets were refined. There should be an ancestor-level figure guarding there. As for whether there were other people inside, they weren't sure. After all, the Thunder Clan's rules were very strict. If it wasn't an important direct descendant, it was impossible for them to know so many things. However, Ling Xiao found out from them that the Thunder Clan and the Devil Tiger Clan had completely become enemies. Riel Yuoding, Lei Wanlong, Lei Zhen and the others had rushed to the outskirts of the Heavenly Region 3 years ago, wanting to join hands with the Devil Tiger Clan to destroy the Tianyuan region, and then capture many alchemists to serve their Thunder Clan. However, when they arrived there, they thought that they had been set up by the Devil Tiger Clan. They were indignant and destroyed the Devil Tiger Clan's ancestral land, but they were intercepted by the Devil Tiger Clan's army and started a great battle. In that battle, both sides suffered many casualties. The battle prowess of the Thunder Clan's army was extraordinary, but the people of the Demonic Tiger Clan weren't weak either. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, and the Thunder Clan even lost a peak sovereign, Lei Zhen, who was killed by Jianghu. The Thunder Clan's losses were not small. Not only that, the Devil Tiger Clan had even gathered their clansmen from the western region to chase after the Thunder Clan. They had also issued a wanted order to the other clans. Whoever killed a Thunder Clan member would be given a generous reward, causing many clans and plunderers to join in the hunt. The Thunder Clan that was heading to the Heavenly Region was also not willing to be outdone. They had dominated the southern region for many years and had many allies. They immediately gathered many people, and both sides fought to the death. However, it was not a solution to continue like this. That batch of Thunder Clan members were already on their way back. After reorganizing, they would wait for the clan to make a decision. Looks like I have to speed up the rescue operation. Otherwise, when those people return, the Thunder Clan's guard will be even tighter. Ling Xiao muttered to himself and waited for the old woman to bring people over. That old woman was a late-stage sovereign. Her strength was not too bad, but she was not a big threat to him. It was just that he didn't know if she would bring more powerful helpers over. 3 days later, that old woman came as expected. The person who came with her was also a late-stage high supremacy, an old man who was as old as she was. Lei Lin, where is that kid? He actually dares to say that he will only let him go if I come to pick him up personally. That old woman looked at the high stage sovereign that Ling Xiao let go and shouted. He's not far from here, but he is very powerful. Elders, you have to be careful. The high stage sovereign called Leylin said. He's only at the peak of the intermediate level. He probably relied on that advanced 11th order lightning dragon to defeat you guys. I was too careless. Now that Brother Gui and I are here, he won't be able to escape. The old woman said confidently. That's right. I heard that Leia likes that Thunder Flood dragon. Let's bring it back and give it to her. Lei Xiaogui, who was beside the old woman, said. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the place where Ling Xiao was waiting. Senior, I trust you have been well since we last met. Ling Xiao smiled at the old woman. Humph, how dare you capture the people of my Thunder clan? Are you tired of living? The old woman glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. You're being unjustly accused. I obeyed your orders and left, yet you sent people to hunt me down. What's wrong with me capturing them? Ling Xiao spread his hands with an innocent expression on his face. Chapter 1676. You're right. Let them go and I'll let you leave, the old woman said gravely. Besides that, hand over the lightning flood dragon you subdued. Lei Xiaogui shouted from beside the old woman. Huh, you Thunder Clan people are really overbearing. Ling Xiao sneered. So what? Do you think you still have a choice? Lei Xiaogui snorted disdainfully. I really don't have a choice. I'll return them to you. Ling Xiao spread his hands and released the restrictions on the people he had captured, allowing them to return to the old woman and Lei Xiaogui's side. You're tactful enough to summon that lightning flood dragon. It can only belong to our Thunder Clan's sacred beast, Lei Xiaogui said. Then do I have to give you all my treasures before I can leave? Ling Xiao continued to sneer. You're right. Lei Xiaogui agreed. But before he could finish speaking, the old woman cried out, Brother Gui, be careful. But it was already too late. The 4 people from the Thunder Clan attacked her and Lei Xiaogui at the same time. These 4 people had originally been under Ling Xiao's control. The reason Ling Xiao had allowed them to return to their side was naturally to catch them off guard and kill them. The old woman and Lei Xiaogui had never imagined that their Thunder Clan people would betray them. Even if they were exceedingly strong, they still weren't prepared and were attacked by the 4 people. Bang bang. The 4 people attacked at close range. The old woman and Lei Xiaogui were sent flying, vomiting blood. But the 2 of them had some foundation. They were actually wearing defensive armor, so they weren't killed immediately. But this was only the first wave of attacks. The 4 of them joined forces and continued to attack the old woman and Lei Xiaogui with all their strength. At the same time, Ling Xiao was prepared to use soul power to injure them and capture them as soon as possible. However, when his soul power entered their seas of knowledge, it was actually destroyed by the lightning power contained in their seas of knowledge. The members of the Thunder Clan have been cultivating under the power of heavenly lightning all year round. Indeed, they are different from ordinary people. Not only are their divine bodies tough, but even their sea of consciousness and God's soul have such defensive power. However, they can only resist stubbornly. Ling Xiao sneered and let his God's soul doppelganger appear. He didn't want anything to go wrong. He had to take down these 2 people as soon as possible. Damn it, what sorcery did you use to control them? I'll kill you. The old woman naturally did not believe that their own people would betray them. The only possibility was that they were being controlled. Old woman, don't waste words with him. Let's join hands and kill that little bastard as quickly as possible. Then they should be fine, shouted Lei Xiaogui. The 2 of them possessed extraordinary strength, so it was more than enough for them to deal with the four of them at the same time. Moreover, the two of them knew how to team up, and their combined might was comparable to that of a peak supreme being. They even had the prelude to turning defeat into victory. They didn't want to kill their own clansmen, so they were about to join hands to deal with Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's god soul was one step ahead of them and attacked them. An overbearing fist technique rushed into the sky, as if a golden dragon had descended. It roared and wreaked havoc in all directions, blasting away all the lightning power. Ling Xiao's god soul was already a true peak supreme being. His strength was much stronger than the two of them. Moreover, Ling Xiao had also increased his battle power. How could they resist him? They vomited blood continuously from the impact of the golden dragon, and they were scared out of their wits. There are still people in the dark. We've fallen into their trap. Let's go. Lei Xiaogui shouted at the old woman. Let's go. The old woman didn't dare to stay any longer. She drew the bolts of heavenly lightning to defend herself. She wanted to take the opportunity to escape. If I let you escape, how am I supposed to live? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He activated the Tempest Body technique, and his battle power erupted to the peak. His power rampaged in all directions. The old woman and Lei Xiaogui couldn't withstand his absolute strength. Their divine bodies exploded, and they were trapped by Ling Xiao in ice. The current Ling Xiao had the miraculous effect of invisibility, and his peak strength. It could be said that he stood at the peak of both the inner and outer regions. Even if he encountered an existence on the sovereign list, he would be able to fight them head-on. It was still unknown who would win and who would lose. These two high-level supreme beings hadn't even reached peak supreme being yet, so how could they escape from Ling Xiao's hands? After Ling Xiao took control of them, he unexpectedly obtained unexpected information from their memories. In the Sky Thunder Mountain, other than the old ancestor who refined the thunder puppets, there were only a few disciples who followed him to learn how to refine puppets. There were no other powerful existences inside. After all, there were many thunder puppets comparable to the Supreme Being level in the Sky Thunder Mountain. Whoever wanted to attack there would undoubtedly be a very wrong choice. Moreover, this was the territory of the Thunder Clan. Who would dare to touch the tiger's whiskers? Therefore, there was no need to set up a heavy defense. Other than that, the ancestor in the Sky Thunder Mountain was actually the old woman's blood brother. His name was Lei Wuji, and he was the most powerful puppeteer. His strength had even reached the pinnacle of the realm. Even the Thunder Clan's old patriarch had to respect him. This will be easy. As long as she leads him away, I can take the opportunity to rescue them. Of course, my task now is to confirm the Lord Hallmaster's situation as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said excitedly. After making a plan, Ling Xiao let the old woman and Lei Xiaogui recover from their injuries, and then returned to the thunder space together. He had to make the best use of his time and rescue them before reloading and the others returned. Ling Xiao's return to the thunder space did not attract much attention. After all, he was brought back by Leia, so no one felt that there was anything wrong with him. And this time, with the old woman and Lei Xiaogui present, no one dared to question him about the situation. In Leia's courtyard, Leia was walking listlessly. She was no longer as lively and delicate as she was in the past. Great-grandmother, I'm clearly just good friends with Feng Xiao, why doesn't she allow us to meet? Feng Xiao is such a good person, and he treats me sincerely. He knows that our Thunder Clan is not allowed to marry outsiders, and in order to not disturb me, he said that he would leave a long time ago, but I'm a little reluctant. Leia pouted and muttered to herself in dissatisfaction. Leia might not have fallen in love with Ling Xiao, but she already had a good impression of him in her heart, and remembered him deeply. It was undeniable that Ling Xiao had a way with women. Little girl, you're blaming your grandmother again. The old woman's voice rang in Leia's ears. Leia was already used to the old woman's mysterious appearance. She said insincerely, I didn't. Hee, I watched you grow up. I don't know what you're thinking. The old woman walked over and laughed. Then, she said, look who I brought. I don't want to see anyone. Great-grandmother, I'm going back to my room. Leia said without even looking. Since Miss Leia doesn't want to see me, then I'll be leaving. Ling Xiao's lazy voice rang out. Feng Xiao, it's you. Leia quickly turned around and said in surprise. Huh, it's me. Ling Xiao laughed. You? Why are you back? Great-grandmother, what's going on? Leia was pleasantly surprised, but also puzzled. Her great-grandmother clearly did not allow Ling Xiao to stay with her. Why would there be such a sudden change? She was indeed puzzled. Great-grandmother was in the wrong previously. I shouldn't have chased Feng Xiao away. I know there's nothing between you two, and I believe that you won't forget the rules of the clan, Xiaoya. I think Feng Xiao's character is not bad, so in order to make you happy, I got someone to find him for you, lest you hold a grudge against me in the future. The old woman explained with a smile. Really? I knew great-grandmother treats me the best. Leia exclaimed. She went up to the old woman and kissed her to express her joy. All right, you two can catch up. I won't disturb you anymore. The old woman laughed and disappeared before the two of them. Only Ling Xiao and Leia were left in the courtyard. The two of them did not speak and just looked at each other. In the end, Leia retreated in defeat with a red face. You? Why are you looking at me like that? Leia said shyly. I just feel that it's been a few days since I last saw Miss Leia, and I feel like it's been 3 years. I miss you very much, so I should look at you more when I have the time. In the future, when I can't see you anymore, I can still remember your face. Ling Xiao began to flatter her again. Leia only felt a sweet feeling flowing through her heart, making her feel very happy. Don't be greedy anymore, or great-grandmother will chase you away again. Leia replied. No, she misunderstood me before. I explained it clearly, so she won't chase me away, Ling Xiao replied. That's good. How many days are you planning to stay this time? Leia replied happily. This time, other than wanting to see you, I also wanted to see if you could help me refine the Sovereign God pill again. If it's convenient, take me to see Lord Alchemy God. I don't believe that I can't move him. Ling Xiao said. I can help you refine the Sovereign God pill for me, but I can't take you to see Lord Alchemy God. This is the clan's rule, and I don't dare to break it. I'm really sorry. Leia said with a slightly apologetic look. Is that so? Help me ask again. If it's really not possible, then forget it. Ling Xiao said with a disappointed look. And, this time I will definitely help you get the dual attribute Sovereign God pill, but you have to prepare the materials for me. Leia clenched her fists and replied. I've already prepared the materials, I'll give them to you first. Ling Xiao took out a spatial ring and handed it to Leia. You trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I won't return it to you? Leia joked. What's there to be afraid of? I naturally trust Miss Leia's character. If you want all of my treasures, I'm willing to give them to you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Leia was really beaming with joy from Ling Xiao's sweet words. Oh right, don't call me Xiaoya in the future. Leia said in a low voice with a red face. Chapter 1677. Ling Xiao had successfully charmed Rhea. His honey trap was half done. Rhea went to Sky Thunder Mountain one more time to ask for the Supreme God pellet for him. The old woman called Lei Xiaofeng appeared and wanted to go with her. At first, Rhea didn't understand. However, when Lei Xiaofeng told her that the puppeteer in Sky Thunder Mountain was her big brother, Rhea's great-grandfather, Rhea got it. Rhea and Lei Xiaofeng were many generations away from that puppeteer. Even if they didn't know the relationship between them, it was still fate. Oh right, didn't you want to ask for the supreme god pellet for Feng Shao? You should ask him to come with you, said Lei Xiaofeng. Is it okay? It's an important place of our tribe. Rhea couldn't believe it. What's so impossible about it? Feng Shao is just one person. Could it be that he can stir up a storm? Moreover, I'm thinking for you. He can refine the supreme god pellet soon. Then, he can leave. I don't want to disturb your mind, little girl, said Lei Xiaofeng. Oh. Rhea wasn't happy. However, if she could take Ling Xiao with her, she had fulfilled Ling Xiao's request. Thus, Rhea took Ling Xiao and Lei Xiaofeng to Sky Thunder Mountain. Sky Thunder often struck down on Sky Thunder Mountain, which made the peak of the mountain sparkling with lightning power. The power of lightning was really thick here. Some half-incipient God Realm experts were guarding in front of Sky Thunder Mountain. They didn't allow any juniors to enter this forbidden land. When Ling Xiao and the other two landed in front of the cave mansion, they immediately greeted Lei Xiaofeng and Rhea respectfully. Rhea took out her token one more time. I want to go in. Miss Rhea, please come in. Answered one of the half-incipient God Realm experts. No doubt, he meant that Rhea could go in but the other two couldn't. Lei Xiaofeng shouted discontentedly, why? Can't we go in? You can go in, but I'm afraid this one can't. The half-incipient God Realm expert knew the relationship between Lei Xiaofeng and his great teacher. He's Xiaoya's savior and our Thunder Clan's honored guest. Why can't he enter? Lei Xiaofeng said unhappily. Elder, don't make it hard for us. It's the rule that our great master has set up. It's also the rule of our tribe. The half-incipient God Realm expert was bewildered. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. Let's go in first. I'll explain things to my brother, said Lei Xiaofeng. The half-incipient God Realm experts were troubled. Leia said from the side, Great-grandmother, why don't you go in and inform great-grandfather before letting Feng Shao in? The rules of the Thunder Clan were very strict. If someone were to mention this, they would probably be punished as well. Why don't I wait outside? Ling Xiao said. No, wait here. I'll go back and talk to Big Brother. He must let you in. The old woman said as she led Rhea into the cave abode. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was waiting outside. He was a little nervous. Once his plan was exposed, it would be difficult for him to escape from the lightning space, and it would be even more impossible for him to save the first palace master. Thus, success or failure depended on this moment. Of course, he had to figure out the first palace master's situation. Otherwise, if he rashly saved the first palace master, he would be in big trouble. After a while, Leia happily stormed out. Feng Shao, come in. Great-grandfather has allowed you to come in. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stormed in immediately. The half-incipient God Realm guards didn't dare to stop him anymore. As soon as Ling Xiao got into the cave abode, he immediately felt the terrifying lightning and thunder power twirling around this place. He couldn't adapt to it. You should be careful. The lightning and thunder power in this place is really thick. Not many people who don't have the thunder physique can endure it. You should put on the divine armor for the last time, said Leia. Ling Xiao nodded. Immediately, a set of divine armor appeared on his body. He was just putting on an act. With his strong physical body, it was more than enough to block the power of thunder and lightning. After Ling Xiao followed Leia in, he heard the ear-piercing sizzling sounds of electricity crisscrossing each other. The lightning and thunder power was really terrifying. Anyone below the incipient God realm would die here. Not long after that, Ling Xiao found strong purple lightning flashing in the deep area of the cave abode. The lightning and thunder around him became more intimidating. At the same time, he also felt the scorching power of lightning and fire. It made the heaven fire bead in his sea of consciousness jump. The innate cold wind bead seemed to dislike the environment here as it responded in disbelief. Ling Xiao maintained his composure and continued to follow. Leia reminded him, "You can only stay here for 1 hour. If the stubborn old man isn't strong enough to refine for you, you should leave first. I will find a way to make him listen to you." "Okay, I know what to do," Ling Xiao replied softly. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the belly of the mountain. Ling Xiao was shocked by the scene here. It was like a space of lightning and thunder. Lightning flashed continuously, but it didn't cause any damage to the mountain walls. At the same time, there were lightning and fire floating in the lightning pool. The temperature was so high that even Leia couldn't feel it. Inside the lightning pool, there were a few half-naked middle-aged and old men floating. Their palms were constantly making hand seals, condensing various materials to form puppets. It was as if they were in purgatory. They were not affected by the lightning and fire. Ling Xiao could feel that their bodies were as strong as mid-grade ancient god weapons. Some of them were even as strong as him. This was a purgatory of lightning and fire. Warriors who didn't have lightning attribute would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. In an empty seat in a corner, Lei Xiaofeng and an old man were discussing something. This old man was extremely tall and sturdy. His eyes were extremely oppressive. His upper body was bare, revealing his purplish bronze muscles. The veins on his body were like lightning as they floated about, containing a terrifying might. Ling Xiao could immediately feel the old man's terrifying aura. It was actually not any weaker than the Thunder Clan's old patriarch. This was a powerful existence that was comparable to the top of the sovereign list. This old man was Lei Xiaofeng's big brother, Lei Xiaojiang, an ancestor-level existence of the Thunder Clan. It was also because of his existence that the Thunder Clan's strength had increased greatly by refining so many supreme lightning puppets. His position in the clan was only second to the old patriarch. He looked at Ling Xiao. It was as if 2 bolts of lightning were striking towards Ling Xiao, making Ling Xiao feel very uncomfortable. However, Ling Xiao was still able to withstand it. This bit of pressure wasn't enough to make him feel stage fright. "Feng Xiao, come here, this is my great-grandfather." Rhea brought Ling Xiao to Lei Xiaojiang and introduced him. Ling Xiao bowed and said, "Feng Xiao pays his respects to senior." Lei Xiaojiang looked Ling Xiao up and down and asked, "You have dual attributes of metal and wind?" "Yes." Ling Xiao replied. "Release it and see," Lei Xiaojiang said. Ling Xiao obediently displayed the 2 elements of metal and wind, allowing Lei Xiaojiang to see them clearly. Lei Xiaojiang's doubts disappeared. "Since little sister and Xiaoya spoke up for you, and you saved Xiaoya's life, I'll give you a chance to come in here. You only have an hour, no matter what the result is after an hour, you have to leave this place." He then turned to Rhea, "Xiaoya, bring him over." Ling Xiao replied, "Thank you, senior." Then, Rhea brought Ling Xiao to another cave. After Ling Xiao and Rhea entered the cave, there was a thick stone door sealing it. After Rhea activated the switch, a violent aura instantly spread out, and at the same time, there were waves of flame spreading out. "Feng Xiao, let's not get too close. That stubborn old man is very powerful. If we get too close, it'll be very dangerous," Rhea said. "Alright, then let's talk to him here," Ling Xiao replied calmly. In reality, he was very nervous. This was his first time meeting the Lord Hallmaster, and whether he could successfully save him depended on this. Ling Xiao's green eyes flashed, and he saw the situation in front of him clearly. There were lightning-attributed divine chains crisscrossing around him, and these divine chains were actually binding a figure sitting in the middle of the field. This figure's clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled. His back was facing Ling Xiao and Rhea, so they couldn't see what he looked like. Divine Alchemist, sure, I'll ask you again, are you willing to refine a metal and wind attribute supreme god pill for me? Rhea asked politely. That person didn't seem to hear her and just sat there motionlessly. As long as you're willing to refine this supreme god pill for me, I promise you that I'll definitely tell my great-grandfather to summon heavenly lightning to torture you. Rhea said again. That person still didn't reply, so Rhea became impatient and shouted, if you continue to pretend to be dead, I'll summon heavenly lightning and let you enjoy it. Huh. Suddenly, that person laughed maniacally, and that laughter caused the cave abode to shake. Rhea only felt that her ears were in extreme pain, and she almost fainted. Ling Xiao also felt a little pain in his ears. He could sense that this was definitely the sound wave attack of the lion's roar. It was a pity that Xianxia's power was suppressed and he was unable to unleash its true power. Otherwise, Rhea would have been shaken to death. Scram! If you have the ability, then kill me. Don't even think about me refining pills for you. Xianxia roared. You refuse to accept a toast, but you want to drink a forfeit. Watch as I attract the heavenly lightning and let you enjoy it. Rhea shouted as thunder power gathered, wanting to attract the heavenly lightning. Ling Xiao hurriedly said, Xiaoya, don't be anxious, let me chat with this senior for a while. Speak. If he doesn't listen, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Rhea replied softly. At this time, Ling Xiao said to Xianxia, Senior, Ling Xiao, urgently need a metal and wind dual attribute supreme god pill. I wonder if you can refine it for me? As Ling Xiao said this, his divine soul clone had already rushed towards Xianxia's direction. Only now did he clearly see Xianxia's miserable state. Those thunder divine chains had actually locked into his bones, making it difficult for him to struggle. Two of them had even directly entered his head, looking extremely sinister and disgusting. Chapter 1678. This kind of thunder and lightning divine chain directly locked into the divine body, it was simply fatal. Once one struggled, their divine body would definitely collapse. If it was only the physical body, then even if he didn't want this physical body, he could still reconstruct it and escape. However, if even his divine soul was locked, there was simply no way to save him. It had to be known that the divine soul was the foundation of a person. Once it was destroyed, he would definitely die. The Thunder Clan was trying to prevent Xianxia from escaping, and also to prevent him from committing suicide. No wonder he still had his aura, but he was unable to save himself. Once the heavenly lightning descended, these divine chains would give him the most terrifying attack. Not only would it torture his body, it would also torture his divine soul. This was the most extreme form of torture. An indescribable rage had already exploded in Ling Xiao's heart. Killing people was just a nod, but making people wish they were dead was simply too cruel. However, Ling Xiao did not act impulsively. Instead, he used his real body to talk to Xianxia, while his divine soul quietly went to Xianxia's side. I don't care who you are, get the hell away from me. Xianxia roared. Lord Hall Master, I'm here to save you. Don't make a sound, listen to me. Ling Xiao's divine soul transmitted to Xianxia. Ding dang dang dang. Xianxia suddenly stood up, and many divine chains let out an ear-piercing sound. His eyes shot out in all directions, emitting two oppressive flames. Ling Xiao's real body spoke again, I heard that you are the most outstanding godly alchemist in the thunder and lightning heavenly domain, but I really don't believe it. If you can refine this dual attribute Sovereign Dan, I will admit it. Ling Xiao had purposely called the thunder and lightning space the heavenly domain. It was obvious that he wanted Xianxia to comprehend it himself. At the same time, his clone said, even the Hall Master and Hall Master Zhuo wanted to come and save you, but they knew that their strength was inferior to the Thunder Clan, so they did not dare to act rashly. Don't. Xianxia cried out involuntarily. Feng Shao, forget it, he won't listen to you. I'll attract the heavenly lightning and let him enjoy some torture. Maybe he'll listen to me. Leia advised. Lord Hall Master, my clone is talking to you. Don't be agitated. Promise me first so that I can calm her down. Ling Zhao's divine soul said again. Xianxia's eyes darted around. He actually did not see Ling Zhao's spirit. But no matter what, he chose to believe Ling Zhao's words. Who said that I am not the strongest medicine god? I can easily obtain the supreme divine pill with 2 attributes. However, if you are from the Thunder clan, then don't waste your efforts. Xianxia replied. Ling Zhao replied, I'm really not from the Thunder clan. I'm just passing by. Alright, I can refine it for you. However, that little girl must wait outside the door. Otherwise, I will not make a move. Xianxia replied. Thank you, Senior. Ling Zhao responded. Then, he looked at Leia and said, Xiaoya, wait outside the door first. I'll give the materials to this senior and will be out soon. Leia did not doubt Ling Zhao's words. However, she was very worried about Ling Zhao's safety. She said, Feng Shao, you have to be careful. This stubborn old man might be lying to you. Don't go near him, or else he will harm you. Hehe, you don't have to worry about this. He is locked up, so how can he hurt me? Moreover, I am not that easy to deal with. Otherwise, how could I have subdued the Thunder Dragon? Wait outside the door first. I will leave after I have a few words with him. Ling Zhao said. Leia thought about it and felt that Ling Zhao's words made sense. She immediately replied, all right, I will guard the door. If he dares to play any tricks, remember to call me. I will definitely make him wish he was dead. With that, she walked out of the metal door. My name is Ling Zhao, and I am also an alchemist. I was fortunate enough to be fancied by Dgao, and she and I have already been married under the witness of the 3rd Hall Master. Now, I am an honorary Vice Hall Master in the guild, and the reason I came to the Thunder clan this time is to rescue you. Ling Zhao's divine soul immediately said. Xianxia sent a sound transmission to Ling Zhao, what you said is not trustworthy. All these years, the Thunder clan has used too many methods to trick me into concocting pills, unless you can take out a keepsake. Don't worry, Head Hall Master. I will let my real body take the keepsake that the 2nd Hall Master gave me. Don't be nervous. Ling Zhao's divine soul said as his real body walked towards him. I'll give you the pill refining materials right now. Don't play any tricks. Ling Zhao's real body purposely said loudly. His purpose was to let Leia hear him. Sure enough, Leia's voice sounded out, Feng Shao, don't get too close to him. He's very powerful. Xiaoya, don't worry. I won't joke around with my life. Ling Zhao replied. At this time, Ling Zhao's real body had already approached Xianxia and showed him the badge and token of the Medicine Alliance. Only then did Xianxia raise his head and look at the keepsake that Ling Zhao had taken out. His eyes flashed with excitement. Only then did Ling Zhao take a closer look at Xianxia's appearance. His facial features were very regular, and although he looked old and dispirited, it could be imagined that when he was young, he was definitely an incomparably handsome man. Alright, I've given you the ingredients. Remember to help me refine the Sovereign Dan. After Ling Zhao's real body said this, he gave Xianxia a look and walked out. His divine soul said, Head Hall Master, don't be anxious. My divine soul will stay behind to help you escape. No, this is too dangerous. If they discover you, you will be dead. Moreover, there are frequent lightning strikes here. Your divine soul will be destroyed. Xianxia had already confirmed Ling Zhao's identity, but he still rejected Ling Zhao's suggestion. "Don't worry, head hall master. My godly soul is different from ordinary people. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hide here without being discovered. I will leave with my real body first. I will find a way to help you escape." Ling Zhao's godly soul responded. At this time, Ling Zhao's real body handed over a spatial ring to Xianxia. There were some divine materials inside, as well as some recovery divine pills and divine tools. These were all needed to escape. Ling Zhao had made a foolproof plan. He had to succeed in one go and not fail. "Oh right, immediately reject me." Ling Zhao's divine soul sent a sound transmission to Xianxia. "Scram, do you really think I'm going to refine pills for you? I'm just playing with you, haha." Xianxia immediately said. "What bad luck. Forget it, I don't need you to refine anymore. I don't even know if you're a fake or not." After Ling Zhao said this, he walked out of the iron gate. At this time, Leia walked in and said, "Let me attract the heavenly lightning and let him enjoy the feeling of being struck by lightning." Forget it, he might have been tortured to the point of insanity. If I let him refine pills for me, I'm really afraid that he will destroy my divine materials. Let's go. Ling Zhao spread out his hands and said. Leia felt that what Ling Zhao said made sense, and immediately said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Feng Xiao, I didn't expect it to be like this." "It's nothing. I'm already very touched that you took such a big risk to let me in. Let's go, let's get out of here. It'll be bad if other people find out about you and cause you trouble." Ling Xiao replied. "Feng Xiao, you're really considerate." Leia was moved as she replied. Immediately after, she brought Ling Xiao back to Lei Xiaojiang and Lei Xiaofeng's side. Lei Xiaojiang and Lei Xiaofeng were chatting happily. "How is it?" Lei Xiaojiang asked in a deep voice. "That stubborn old man still refuses. How infuriating." Leia replied angrily. Ling Xiao said, "Forget it, I don't have much hope anyway. I won't disturb Senior anymore, I'll leave first." Let's go. Don't come back in the future." Lei Xiaojiang said impolitely. At this time, Lei Xiaofeng said, "I only asked you to make an exception this time because he saved Xiaoya's life. I won't let him come again next time, then I'll go out with Xiaoya. I'll come see you when I'm free. Go. Use the puppet I gave you just now well." Lei Xiaojiang replied. After that, Ling Xiao followed Lei Xiaofeng and Leia out of the belly of the Sky Thunder Mountain. Who knew that Lei Xiaojiang would shout, "Wait!" Ling Zhao's heart was in his throat, he thought that the other party had discovered something. "Young man, Xiaoya is from the Thunder Clan, we are not allowed to marry outsiders. You are not allowed to have any ideas about her, otherwise I won't forgive you." Lei Xiaojiang shouted at Ling Xiao. "Senior, rest assured, Leia and I are just good friends. Besides, this old senior has already warned me, I know what to do." Ling Xiao replied. "Since you know, all of you can go out." Lei Xiaojiang waved his hand. Ling Xiao, Lei Xiaofeng, and Leia also walked out of the belly of the Sky Thunder Mountain. Ling Xiao also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, that old fellow is very powerful. If we were to be discovered inside, it would definitely not be easy for us to escape. The three of them immediately returned to the courtyard, and Leia once again apologized to Ling Xiao, "I'm sorry, I wasn't able to help you." "It's nothing, you've already tried your best. If he's not willing to refine it, there's nothing I can do." Ling Xiao spread out his hands and paused for a moment before asking, "But who is that person? Why was he imprisoned by you guys? I know that every alchemy god is an existence of their own. Aren't you afraid of offending their forces by doing this? You can tell me about it, but don't let great-grandmother hear about it. It's a secret of the clan, and I don't know much about it either. Can you please stop asking?" Rhea pleaded. You're right. You're right. All right, I'm just curious. Ling Xiao replied, then he continued, since he won't refine the sovereign god pill for me, then I have to leave. Anyway, if I stay here, your clansmen will be guarding against me like a thief, afraid that I'll lure you away. It's really a sin. We're just friends, and they're really. Leia said unhappily. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, can't you stay for a few more days? I heard that my uncle Luo Jun should be back soon. Maybe you two can meet. No, I'm still his opponent anyway, Ling Xiao rejected. After a pause, he continued, but I don't plan to leave the lightning space for the time being. I want to walk around here and see the scenery here. Really? How about I accompany you? I don't have anything to do for the time being anyway. Leia said happily. If you have such intentions, of course I'm very happy. Ling Xiao laughed. Chapter 1679. Ling Xiao only had a month's time, and he had already used 10 days before this. In other words, his real body could only stay with Rhea for at most 20 days. At that time, he would return to his original form and everything would be exposed. However, there was nothing for him to be anxious about. There wouldn't be any danger if his real body was with Rhea. Rhea's strength was limited, and he could deal with her at any time. It was just that he didn't want to wake this girl up from her beautiful dreams as a last resort. After I leave, I'll leave her with a beautiful memory. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. In the belly of the heavenly thunder mountain, Xianxia's cave was still dark and gloomy. At first glance, Xianxia was the only one who was still trapped here. But who knew that there would be an invisible and untouchable person here? Lord Hallmaster, how should I save you? Ling Xiao's divine soul stayed here, and when he discovered that no one was approaching, he sent a sound transmission to Xianxia and asked. It's difficult. Xianxia sighed lightly, then continued, all the ribs in my body are locked by the thunder god's chains, it's impossible for me to break free, and the most terrible thing is that my divine soul is also locked. If there's any abnormality, my divine soul will definitely be destroyed first. This is also why they can lock me here with ease, and there are formations all around. Every time there is a heavenly lightning, these thunder gods' chains will definitely have a terrifying lightning power fall. Every time it tortures me to the point where I wish I was dead. If it's possible, you might as well give me a quick death. Lord Hallmaster, nothing is absolute. Since I've snuck in, I'll definitely think of a way to save you. Ling Xiao comforted. Actually, the moment he cut off these thunder gods' chains, it would definitely alarm Lei Xiaojiang and the others outside. He had to think of a plan that would satisfy both sides, and let Xianxia slowly escape. After he recovered a bit, it wouldn't matter if he alarmed them again. It's good that you have such intentions. Tell me about the guild first. I haven't been back for more than 100 years, I wonder how they are doing. Xianxia sighed. Ling Xiao never thought that Xianxia would be trapped for so long. No wonder he rarely talked about this Lord Hallmaster from Ndgao's mouth. Ling Xiao then casually talked about the matters of the Medicine Alliance. Xianxia's old eyes turned uncertainly, no one knew what he was thinking. That's about it. The Thunder Clan's wild ambitions have already been seen through, and they won't have the time to deal with the guild in a short period of time. Lord Palace Master can rest assured. Moreover, they are now fighting against the Devil Tiger clan, so they don't have the leisure to do so. When they first found out about our Medicine Alliance guild, they wanted to invite most of our guild's alchemists to live in their lightning space and serve them. At that time, I understood that the Thunder Clan had designs on our alchemists. Unfortunately, when I wanted to leave, I was captured by them and have been trapped until now. Xianxia coldly snorted and continued, every time there is a thunderstorm, there would be heavenly lightning that would electrocute me to death. However, I don't know if it's because of the formation here, but the electricity would only torment me half to death and not really let me die. I hate it. Ling Xiao could imagine how much pain Shi Xianxia was in when he was being tortured like that. Therefore, it's not wise for you to stay. In a few days, there will be heavenly lightning again. No soul can withstand it, unless you have reached the pinnacle level like me. Otherwise, you might be able to withstand it. Shi Xianxia said again. Ling Xiao replied, Head Palace Master, you can rest assured. Since I dared to come in, I have already made my plans. A mere heavenly lightning can at most cleanse my body, it won't be able to harm me. Ling Xiao was a flesh and blood divine soul, his strength had already reached the pinnacle realm. Coupled with the might of the ancient emperor divine technique, he was already comparable to a pinnacle ancient god tool. Alright, since that's the case, then we'll wait for the heavenly lightning to descend. You can help this old man escape. Shi Xianxia's gaze changed, emitting a different kind of bright light as he said. Ling Xiao met his gaze, and thought to himself, could it be that the head palace master already has a plan to escape, and was just testing me just now? Ling Xiao originally thought that his thoughts were meticulous, but in front of this old man, he was still a little ashamed of his inferiority. After all, he did not see through Shi Xianxia's thoughts from the very beginning. He had never done such a thing to his own people. However, he could also understand why Shi Xianxia wanted to test him. The main reason was that the Lei clan had sent many people to do some ideological work on him, so he had no choice but to be on guard. Ling Xiao's divine soul accompanied Shi Xianxia in the cave for around 10 days. His real body had also swum to the vicinity of an incomparably beautiful lake with Leia. This place was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and there were all kinds of strange flowers and grasses growing there. There were also some low-level spirit beasts roaming about from time to time. In the distance, there was a silver waterfall hanging upside down, and there were white lotuses floating on the lake. The scenery was extremely beautiful, and it looked like a lifelike painting. After spending 10 days and nights together, the relationship between Ling Xiao and Leia could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Of course, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to have feelings for Leia, but Leia had truly fallen in love with him. She liked Ling Xiao's strength, handsomeness, humor, and his glib tongue. Every time he made her feel happy and shy, a sweet feeling would flow through her heart from time to time. She really wanted to continue walking like this with Ling Xiao, until the end of time. Sometimes, when she thought of her clan's rules, she would feel extremely irritated. She really wanted to leave the Lei clan with Ling Xiao and go to the outer domain, never to return. However, her family was here, so how could she give them up? Now that they had arrived at this beautiful valley, Ling Xiao plucked a spirit flower and handed it to Leia. He smiled and said, "Little Ya, this is for you. I hope that you will always be as beautiful as this flower." Leia blushed and wanted to take the flower from Ling Xiao, but unexpectedly, Ling Xiao said, "Why don't I help you stick it in?" After saying that, Ling Xiao stuck the flower in Leia's purple hair. Leia felt Ling Xiao's manly aura, which was very close to her, and she was instantly intoxicated. "Little Ya, you really are the most beautiful woman in the world," Ling Xiao praised. His words were somewhat insincere, but Leia was indeed an extremely beautiful woman. Sometimes, he would feel his heart move. However, it was true that the two of them could never be together. Leia was already deeply in love with Ling Xiao. His words undoubtedly made her feel as though she was floating, and her heart was filled with happiness. At this moment, all the gloominess in her heart was swept away. She only wanted to cherish every minute and second that she could spend with Ling Xiao. She threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and hugged Ling Xiao's strong waist tightly. She buried her face in Ling Xiao's chest and said emotionally, "Feng Xiao, can you not be so nice to me? I'm afraid that I've already fallen in love with you. What do you think I should do?" Ling Xiao was momentarily stunned. He could smell Leia's fragrance and her sexy and exquisite figure, and his heart was in a mess. He had the urge to push this woman down to the ground and ravage her. However, his conscience told him that he could not do that. He had already deceived a woman's feelings. How could he take advantage of her again? At that time, he would have a bad reputation of eating and leaving. That was not Ling Xiao's way of doing things. Littleya, don't be like this. Let's just be a pair of confidants. I don't want to hurt you. Ling Xiao said as he patted Leia's shoulder. Sob sob. I don't want to be your confidant. I want to be your woman. Leia actually started crying. Then, she hugged Ling Xiao's head and kissed Ling Xiao's thick lips. Her kiss was very rough, but she was sucking hard. Her slender hands hooked tightly around Ling Xiao's neck. Her actions were very agitated. Ling Xiao was a little stunned. He did not expect Leia to fall for him just like that. Looks like my charm is still as attractive as before. Ling Xiao thought to himself proudly. Both men and women had vanity. Being able to obtain the love of a top-notch beauty was indeed something to brag about. It was something to be proud of. Ling Xiao suppressed his rationality and pushed Leia away. With a pained expression, he said, I can't hurt you. Don't be like this. No, this has nothing to do with you. I did it willingly. These days have been the happiest days of my life. I'm afraid that you'll leave. I really don't know what to do. Leia said with a conflicted expression. Ling Xiao sighed. Littleya, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have provoked you and caused you so much pain. Why don't I leave now? You'll be in pain in the future. I don't want to see you like that. My heart will ache if I see you like that. No. I won't allow you to leave. Leia hugged Ling Xiao again and cried. Seeing Leia's true feelings, Ling Xiao felt a little guilty. At the same time, he felt that he was a little despicable. Ling Xiao did not know what to say. He just let her hug him like that. He thought that it was about time for him to leave. Far away, thunder and lightning had already started to rumble on the heavenly thunder peak. Every month, there would be a few days when lightning would strike. It was also when Xianxia would start to suffer. Rumble rumble. The terrifying sound of thunder rang incessantly. Many lightning bolts descended from the sky. Most people would be terrified of lightning, but to the Thunder Clan, it was a good omen. It indicated that their Thunder Clan would have another awakened thunder physique. They could absorb a lot of thunder power to strengthen themselves. This would strengthen their Thunder Clan and allow them to pass on their legacy forever. The lightning bolt struck the heavenly thunder mountain and struck the belly of the mountain. The thunder divine chain immediately attracted the lightning bolts and struck Xianxia's body. ZZ. Ah ah. Xianxia immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. His entire body seemed to have been burnt black by the lightning. And Ling Xiao's divine soul, who was in the cave, was also struck by the lightning. He was in so much pain that he almost cried out. Chapter 1680. Initially, he was thinking of finding an excuse to slip away and stop deceiving Reia's feelings so that she wouldn't be able to forgive herself in the future. However, he also felt a little embarrassed. It was despicable of him to use such methods on this woman. Damn it! What happened? Call the founding elders of our tribe to see. Xianxia, who was in the cave mansion, endured the pain and sent a message to Ling Xiao. When the lightning strikes, the thunder god chains are at their weakest. However, we need the best ancient god weapon to break them. As long as the thunder god chains are broken, I can blow them away. You must seize this chance. Otherwise, we won't have such a good chance again. Reia blushed, and her body trembled uncontrollably. To cut the thunder god chains for Xianxia, Ling Xiao's back was wide open. When he wanted to turn around to block the lightning sabers, they had already slashed at him. It had been a long time since he had slept with a woman. Looking at such a graceful body, his blood boiled. It gave him the most primitive impulse. Inside the cave mansion, after Ling Xiao had tried his best to stop Lei Xiaogang's attack, he didn't forget to turn around and slash the thunder god chains above Xianxia's head. As the sky thunder descended, the sky thunder mountain was filled with the power of thunder and lightning. 2 or 3 puppets seemed to be made of poor materials. They exploded under the lightning strikes. Some others cracked. However, Supreme Incipient God Realm Xiangming had used his god power to stabilize them. They could still be puppets. Rhea was touched. I know you want my best. But do you really want to stay with me like this forever? As long as he could cut the thunder god chains on his god soul, he could force them out and see the light of day again. Ling Xiao held the obscure shadow divine sword and poured all of his energy into it. He slashed at the thunder god chains. No, I won't regret it. I will be your woman for the rest of my life. Rhea was also stubborn. She had just fallen in love, but she could not be with the person she loved because of the rules of her clan. That kind of pain made her feel extremely uncomfortable, and she had a rebellious personality. Now that she saw Ling Xiao's pained expression, she finally could not hold back the urge to explode. In the belly of Sky Thunder Mountain, Lei Xiaojiang and his disciples were gathering a large amount of lightning power to store electricity for the recently formed lightning puppet. Feng Xiao, don't be like this. I know you like me very much, and I've fallen in love with you now. We don't ask to be together forever, but I hope to have the best memories. Let's consummate our marriage tonight. From now on, I'll only be your woman. Come and see me when you have time. I'll never marry anyone else in this life. As Rhea spoke, she tore off her clothes, revealing her flawless body. Could it be that the ancestor made a mistake while refining the puppet? How could there be such a huge commotion? As soon as he finished speaking, he was drowned by the lightning blades. Rumble. Therefore, Rhea ignored everything and hugged Ling Xiao, kissed Ling Xiao, and said many passionate words. What was even worse was that she actually planned to give her body to Ling Xiao. This was a top-notch divine weapon like Ling Xiao. Only by filling the body of the puppet with the power of lightning would they be able to unleash even greater combat power in battle. Ling Xiao's body suddenly trembled. Firstly, his soul had suffered another painful blow, and secondly, he could not withstand Rhea's manipulation anymore. His lower body almost shot out. This was the first time she had been so intimate with a man. It would be a lie if she did not want to be nervous and shy. The heavenly thunder continued to descend, and the sound of thunder rang out incessantly. The thunder had already covered up all movement. Even Xianxia's wild cries were drowned out. Lei Xiaojiang did not care at all. He was already used to it. The divine kings who were protecting the youth cried out in alarm. Then, they brought all of them up the heavenly thunder mountain. But now that the heavenly thunder had descended, it just so happened that the lightning chains had become weaker. It was like iron being burned by a raging fire, softening a lot. That's not right. Normally, no matter how big the commotion is, something like this would never happen. The heavenly thunder mountain is about to be ruined. Quick! Quick, inform the patriarch. Damn it, who is it? Get out here. Lei Xiaojiang was furious. His palms turned into lightning blades and slashed towards the position of the divine shadow sword and Xianxia. In the belly of the heavenly thunder mountain, Lei Xiaojiang had used all his strength to kill Ling Xiao and Xianxia. In order to save Xianxia, Ling Xiao had suffered a terrifying attack. Immediately inject the beast core and draw the lightning into your body. Hurry up! Lei Xiaojiang ordered in alarm. However, some of these youths had died because they could not withstand the power of the heavenly thunder. Some of them were unable to awaken the lightning body and had fallen into depression. Only the youths who had truly succeeded in drawing the heavenly thunder would step onto the path of hegemony in this space. Ling Xiao was mainly paying attention to the situation on the divine soul side. He wanted to reject Rhea's offer, but she had already made her move. She held on to the golden dragon spear on Ling Xiao's lower body and placed it in a key position facing her with trembling hands. "Let's get out of here quickly. The children can't take it anymore." Just as Ling Xiao was about to block the lightning power, he realized that the lightning was heading towards the thunder god chain above Xianxia's head. On this mountain peak, there would be some youths under the protection of their family members who would receive the heavenly thunder into their bodies in an attempt to awaken and activate their lightning body. Ling Xiao said, "You have to be clear that if your clansmen find out about this, you will definitely not have a good ending. You can't ruin your life for someone you just met." This was also the reason why the Thunder Clan's lightning puppets could possess the power of thunder and lightning. The powerful forces intertwined and instantly blew the cave abode apart. She thought that Ling Xiao was in pain because of the matter between them. However, his divine soul was struck by the heavenly thunder again, causing his real body to feel a wave of pain. This allowed him to regain his senses. He pushed Rhea away and said, "No, Xiaoya, you can't do this. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life." If not for his abnormal physical body, he would have completely disappeared under Lei Xiaogang's attack. Ling Xiao was afraid that Lei Xiaogang would notice, so he moved like the wind and cut off the thunder god chain. Who knew that this shout would cause Rhea to misunderstand? None of the disciples present were afraid of the power of thunder and lightning. They formed hand seals and slapped towards the formed puppet. The beast core was embedded into the puppet's head, and the thunder and lightning were injected into the beast core bit by bit. The beast core began to absorb the heavenly thunder and flowed around the puppet's body. However, when the heavenly thunder fell tonight, his divine soul was suffering pain. His physical body could also feel that kind of pain, causing him to let out a soft cry of pain. "Don't be like this. Tonight, I will be your woman. I hope that you will always remember me and love me." Rhea looked like she was going all out. After saying that, she had already ripped off all of Ling Xiao's clothes, revealing his explosive, muscular body. This jade-like body had the golden ratio. It was protruding and flat when it should be, forming a beautiful curve. His alluring skin was as smooth as jade, and under the moonlight, it was as beautiful as ivory. Ah! Ah! Ling Xiao resisted the power of the heavenly thunder and nodded. "Don't worry, Lord Temple Master. I will immediately cut off these thunder god chains." When Rhea gently sat down, the narrow and wet place wrapped around his lower body. He let out a roar and completely lost his mind. He arched his body, hugged Rhea's body, and started ravaging it. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and used all his strength to block in front of Xianxia. He shouted in shock, "Lord Temple Master, there are recovery divine pills and divine weapons in your space ring." Intense sparks emitted a brilliant light. All the thunder god chains on Xianxia's body were finally cut off. The Sky Thunder Mountain immediately shook violently. If it was not for the protection of a powerful formation, it would definitely have collapsed in an instant. Pay attention. If you break any more of these, the clan will not have any more materials for you to refine more. Lei Xiaogang shouted with some dissatisfaction. **T. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. He raised his speed to the extreme and sent out a wind blade. Ling Xiao said as he summoned the phantom divine sword from the space ring he had given to Xianxia. He used his full strength right from the get-go. The power of this thunder and lightning was much more terrifying than the descending heavenly thunder. On the other side, Ling Xiao's real body was also enduring a different kind of torture. Ling Xiao was about to speak when his soul avatar suffered a heavy blow. He clutched his chest and screamed. Ling Xiao was also shocked. Bang bang. The thunder god chains were often baptized by heavenly thunder. They were already hard to an unimaginable degree. Under normal circumstances, it would not be easy to cut them off in an instant even with this top-grade ancient divine sword. But at this moment, the door of the cave mansion opened. Lei Xiaogang and several of his disciples appeared. Good, good, only the two thunder god chains are left. Quickly, cut it off. Xianxia said excitedly. He only saw a sword dancing, but he did not see anyone. However, he already knew that someone was invisible and could not be discovered. Clang clang clang. There really is something wrong. Lei Xiaogang said in a low voice. His palm turned into a bolt of lightning and bombarded the phantom divine sword in Ling Xiao's hand. The youths who were receiving the heavenly thunder were all disturbed and screamed at the same time. Obviously, they had failed to receive the heavenly thunder. Ling Xiao's words this time were filled with sincerity. However, Rhea was used to thinking that Ling Xiao was always thinking for her, which made her even more touched. Rhea thought that Ling Xiao was suffering from heartache this time. She threw herself at Ling Xiao and tore off Ling Xiao's clothes. One was Rhea's cry of pain, while the other was Ling Xiao's soul avatar's scream. Chapter 1681. Two Ling Xiaos, two different battlefields, two completely different scenes. One was Ling Xiao suffering the bombardment of thunder and lightning, while the other was being ravaged by a beauty. The former was suffering real pain, while the latter was being forced to enjoy it. It was a completely different feeling and experience. Ling Xiao's soul avatar was extremely powerful, but he was still a soul after all. Even if he had condensed flesh and blood, he still had an innate fear of heavenly thunder. He was continuously bombarded by Lei Xiaogang's power of thunder and lightning, causing him to almost explode. Fortunately, the ancient Emperor Divine Art's defensive power was strong enough to withstand these thunder blades, but he still spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, after suffering Lei Xiaogang's powerful attack, he was able to cut off all the thunder chains that bound Xianxia. Ling Xiao, hold on for me, let's go together. Xianxia was shielded behind Ling Xiao, so he did not suffer much damage. Taking advantage of the time he had to catch his breath, he took out restorative divine pills and divine grasses from his space ring and immediately swallowed them all, refining them at an extremely fast speed. His aura also soared at this moment, and the thunder chains were shaken out of his body. After he screamed, a terrifying firepower bombarded Lei Xiaogang and the others. A powerful force exploded in this narrow mountain belly. Even with the protection of a powerful spirit array, the Sky Thunder Mountain was still shaken and cracked. Xianxia pulled Ling Xiao and quickly fled out of Sky Thunder Mountain. However, Xianxia had just recovered a little strength, so how could he escape Lei Xiaogang's pursuit? A pair of thunder blades appeared in Lei Xiaogang's hands, and his whole person seemed to have turned into a thunder god. His terrifying aura shrouded Xianxia and Ling Xiao. Divine Alchemist Shi, we have kept you here for more than 100 years. Today, we can still keep you here. Don't be stubborn, or else I will kill you by mistake. That would be my fault. Lei Xiaogang's aura was like the sky. Bolts of sky lightning moved along with him. The majestic power had already sealed Xianxia. Humph. You shameless bastards from the Thunder Clan. Although you helped my master, Xianxia, I've already refined 100 supreme deity pellets for you. Yet, you're so greedy that you want me to stay here forever? You even want to devour my medicine guild. Even if I die today, I won't submit to your Thunder Clan. Xianxia let out a cold snort and started to circulate his divine technique. The large amount of recovery divine elixirs and divine items that he had just swallowed were rapidly refined by him. His aura gradually rose towards the peak of the Supreme Being realm. At the same time, balls of golden flame started to spread, causing his entire person to look like a ball of sun. He sent a sound transmission to Ling Xiao, "Quickly escape. The people from the Thunder Clan will be here soon. I'll just hold him back. Great Hall Master, don't be hasty. Just hold them for half an hour. When I've recovered, I can take you away immediately. No one can stop us," Ling Xiao said confidently. He had been attacked by the origin of thunder and lightning. His god soul power had been greatly reduced. Now, he had to recover fully to use the storm body technique to escape. However, the Supreme Deity Realm experts of the Thunder Clan had already surrounded them from all directions. If they didn't escape before they arrived, they would be surrounded and killed. Shursong Yang didn't know how Ling Xiao would react, but he chose to believe in Ling Xiao's words. The power of his fire origin erupted, and a series of fiery palms bombarded Lei Xiaojiang. Shursong Yang was the most outstanding alchemist in the heaven domain. The reason why he had such a title was not only because of his outstanding alchemy skills but also because he had a powerful force to support him. He was already at the peak of the Supreme Being realm. His fighting competence was absolutely terrifying. He had created his own set of alchemy palm techniques, and this set of palm techniques was his strongest attack. Now that it was executed, the numerous fiery palms pressed down like space itself, burning and compressing the surroundings into a world of fire. Moreover, the realm of the palm intent had even reached the level of being as pure as fire, causing its might to rise explosively to a terrifying extreme. Everyone in the heaven domain knew that Shursong Yang was a powerful existence at the bottom of the supreme list. Previously, he was captured by the Thunder Clan because this was the Thunder Clan's territory. There were many peak of the Supreme Being realm experts here. If it was a one-on-one fight, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape. Unfortunately, his power hadn't recovered yet, so he couldn't block the attack of Lei Xiaojiang, a peak of the Supreme Being realm expert. Lei Xiaojiang's pair of thunder sabers were extremely powerful. Saber lights danced and many lightning bolts directly bombarded the sea of fire. Shursong Yang was directly bombarded and fell down, causing more than 10 mountains to collapse. "You're so stubborn. Today, I'll take your life," Lei Xiaojiang shouted in a deep voice. His entire body turned into a bolt of lightning and slashed towards Shursong Yang. 2 bolts of lightning intertwined and turned into a cross of energy light, fiercely falling on Shursong Yang's head. Shursong Yang waved both of his palms and slapped on the cross saber light. However, he still couldn't block it. His divine body was ruthlessly bombarded, causing him to scream in pain. However, his divine body was severely injured, but it still regenerated. He desperately attacked Lei Xiaojiang. "I'll kill you within 3 moves. Lei Xiaojiang didn't have a good temper to begin with. Now that Shursong Yang had escaped, he was annoyed. After saying that, he started to attack Shursong Yang with all his strength. Many lightning bolts descended from the sky. The sky was filled with lightning bolts that turned into thunder sabers, shrouding Shursong Yang. After this round of attack, even if Shursong Yang didn't die, he would be half dead. At the same time, some Supreme Being incipient God realm experts of the Thunder Clan had already arrived. What's going on? Isn't that forefather Xiaogang? Could it be that the person fighting him is the alchemy god imprisoned in our clan? How did he escape? It should be the drug god. Otherwise, why would he use fire class attack power? However, he isn't forefather's opponent. I'm afraid he will be killed in 1 or 2 more moves. How did he manage to escape? Did someone help him? Everyone, be careful. Don't let others have a chance to take advantage of him. Look! What's going on over there? There's a sword floating. Is someone hiding there? It should be. No one in our clan can hide. Everyone, attack him. No matter who he is, we can't let him leave this place alive. Many members of the Thunder clan found the obscure shadow divine sword floating in the sky. Immediately, someone suggested to attack it. At this time, Ling Zhao's wounds had mostly recovered. He didn't have time to care about the other members of the Thunder clan. He was most concerned about Xianxia's safety. Let's go. Ling Zhao used his mind to send a signal in one direction. After he sent the signal, two powerful auras rushed towards Lei Xiaojiang and Xianxia. Big brother, there's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Let brother Gui and I kill him. The people who appeared were Lei Xiaofeng and Lei Xiaogui. The appearance of Lei Xiaofeng and Lei Xiaogui prevented Lei Xiaojiang from giving Xianxia the final fatal blow. What are you guys doing here? Wait until I end his life. Lei Xiaojiang frowned slightly and shouted. Just as Lei Xiaojiang was about to attack again, Lei Xiaofeng and Lei Xiaogui, who were beside him, attacked him at the same time. Moreover, they used their full strength. The power of their joint attack was comparable to that of a peak supreme being. It completely enveloped Lei Xiaojiang. Lei Xiaojiang had never thought that his family would betray him. He was struck so hard that he didn't know what to do. His god body exploded and he was almost obliterated. Bastards, what are you guys doing? Lei Xiaojiang shouted as he rushed out of the attack wave. He immediately used his divine power to heal his injuries. However, Lei Xiaofeng and Lei Xiaogui ignored his words and continued to attack him together. Lei Xiaojiang was furious. He really didn't understand what was going on. However, in such a situation, he could only suppress the two of them first. It was also at this time that Xianxia got a chance to catch his breath. Even if Lei Xiaojiang's disciples and others wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be so easy. As for Ling Zhao's side, those who attacked him were all killed by him using his speed and the phantom sword. Ling Zhao didn't fight with them. Instead, he quickly rushed to Xianxia's position and protected him. He shouted, "Lord Palace Master, let's leave immediately." Ling Zhao pulled Xianxia and used his fastest storm body technique to rush out of the thunder and lightning space. Ling Zhao used his storm body technique to the extreme. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he brought Xianxia to the 9th heaven. Just as they were about to make their way out, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the 9 heavens. Boom boom boom. The power of these lightning bolts was even more terrifying than Lei Xiaojiang's power. Each of them was as huge as a heavenly pillar, and the lightning source they contained was filled with a destructive aura. Any evil power or divine soul would be destroyed by these lightning bolts. Ling Zhao could feel the terror of this power. At the same time, he also felt that this power was familiar. A few words flashed in his mind, Lei Clan Elder. He didn't even think about it. He exploded with his most powerful strength of 70 times, and a terrifying black storm suddenly appeared like a natural disaster. It forcefully swept away the power of thunder and lightning in all directions, and this storm directly tore through the 9 heavens and soared into the outer domain. However, at the crucial moment, the lightning powers became even more concentrated and terrifying. Streaks of lightning formed a sea of lightning that intertwined with the black storm. The storm was about to collapse. What a powerful old man. Lord Palace Master, I will withstand these powers. You rush out first. Ling Zhao shouted angrily. The phantom sword spun more and more, withstanding most of the lightning powers. This gave Xianxia a chance to escape. Xianxia was not a wishy-washy person. He hurriedly replied, "Take care of yourself. I will wait for you in the outer domain." Chapter 1682. Xianxia gathered his energy. His fiery palm tore apart a lightning area and directly went to outer space. Xianxia had experienced many lightning strikes in recent years. His god body had become extremely tough. Although these lightning strikes were terrifying, he could still resist them. After reaching outer space, he couldn't escape immediately. Some warriors of the Thunder clan had chased after him and besieged him. Fortunately, the strongest among them was just a high-level supreme expert. There were no peak existences, so he could barely resist them. Ling Xiao, who was in the lightning space, had also broken through the lightning strikes of the chief of the Thunder clan and arrived in outer space. However, at this moment, many supreme experts and incipient god realm experts of the Thunder clan had come out and surrounded Xianxia and Xianxia. More than 100 supreme experts and incipient god realm experts and many holy beasts of Thunder class were surrounded by the terrifying lightning power. They looked majestic. This was just a group of people near the Thunder clan. There were still many people who hadn't come out of seclusion or came from other places. The chief of the Thunder clan slowly walked out. Alchemist God Sure, why are you so stubborn? Cut the crap. Bring it on. This time, I would rather die in battle than live an ignoble life. Xianxia replied indignantly. Ling Xiao sent a message to Xianxia. Great Hall Master, don't rush. Our reinforcements are about to arrive. You should delay him first. In another place far away, Ling Xiao had already been devoured by Rhea. In the end, Ling Xiaotian and Rhea shared a spring rain. He looked at the exquisite woman in front of him who had been knocked unconscious by him, and a sense of guilt welled up in his heart. Although he and Rhea were considered enemies, there was no direct enmity between them. The only reason he had lied to Rhea was to find Xianxia's location. Just think of it as a wet dream, traceless. Ling Xiao said guiltily. Then, he set up a barrier around her. Unless it was a supreme expert or a level 11 holy beast, they wouldn't be able to find her. When she woke up, she could leave on her own. According to his previous personality, he would have taken Rhea. However, it was impossible for him and Rhea to be together. After all, he was dealing with the Thunder clan. If Rhea knew about this, she would hate Ling Xiao to death. And Ling Xiao couldn't explain it either. Just consider it a dream. Ling Xiao burst out with all his might and rushed towards the outer domain. He wanted to reach the Divine Soul as fast as possible and use the puppet army he gathered to fight against the Thunder clan. At that time, he would be able to break out of the encirclement. It's a pity that I didn't find the Thunder Genesis Stone on this trip. Otherwise, it would be perfect. Ling Xiao thought greedily. Although Ling Xiao and Rhea were a little far from the Sky Thunder Mountain, it wouldn't take long for Ling Xiao to reach them if he flew at full speed. Xianxia was talking to the Thunder clan's old patriarch to stall for time. If you are willing to let me leave, our Medicine Alliance is willing to form an alliance with the Thunder clan. Every 100 years, we will pay 100 Sovereign Dan and 1,000 Divine King Dan to the Thunder clan. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't stay here to refine half a Divine Dan for you. Xianxia said. The old patriarch of the Thunder clan seemed a little hesitant. A middle-aged man beside him said to him, Old Patriarch, I don't think his words can be trusted. Once he returns to the heavenly realm, it won't be something that our Thunder clan can say. This middle-aged man had an extraordinary bearing. He had the cultivation of a high-level sovereign. He was the current patriarch of the Thunder clan, Lei Qingyuan. His words can't be trusted, but the proposal is still pretty good. The old patriarch of the Thunder clan sneered, then said to Xianxia, Medicine God Sure, as long as you hand over a strand of your god soul, I will allow your proposal. You want my god soul? That's impossible. Xianxia objected. A person's god soul could be considered as the essence of their god soul. Once it landed in the hands of others, it was equivalent to their life being in the hands of others. As long as the other party wanted them to, they could die at any time. Needless to say, this old patriarch's proposal was rather harsh, but it was definitely the best way to control others. If you are not willing, then you and your people will have to stay here forever. Why bother? The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan replied indifferently. Then, he looked at the direction where the obscure shadow divine sword was floating and said, "You are the person who appeared in my lightning space not long ago. The person who killed my Thunder Clan's people is also one of your people, right? Where are your helpers? Hurry up and call them out, or all of you will die here." The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan remembered that not long ago, a place not far from their lightning space had attracted the power of the primal chaos whirlpool. At that time, there was an invisible person who exchanged blows with him. However, there was a sudden change in the situation and the other party escaped. Now that they met again, the old patriarch of the Thunder Clan understood that the other party had come prepared. However, he couldn't sense any movement around, which made him a little suspicious. He thought that the other party must have used some kind of elixir to hide his aura and was ready to kill them at any time. Hee, since you understand, then let us leave in the end. Otherwise, it's hard to say who will be the final victor. Ling Xiao sneered. Huh, my Thunder Clan has existed for millions of years. We are the overlords of the southern land. It is the first time I have heard someone say such arrogant words. The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan laughed crazily. Then, he said, "Even if you have a lot of people, do you think it is possible to deal with my Thunder Clan?" As his laughter faded, many powerful auras rushed out of the lightning space. Another 100 incipient God Realm experts. Ling Xiao recognized two of them. They were Lei Luoting and Lei Wanlong. They had come back. Nearly 200 incipient God Realm experts were the top force of the Thunder Clan. Many of them were still guarding the lightning space. Some were far away, so naturally, they didn't come. Moreover, only Xianxia had escaped. It wasn't a matter of life and death for the Thunder Clan. They didn't need other people to come and help. Otherwise, it would be making a big fuss over a minor issue. Your Thunder Clan really thinks highly of me. You have sent so many people. I, Xianxia, can die without regrets. Xianxia laughed crazily. Yeah, so don't think about escaping. Stay here obediently. As long as you are willing to be the consecrated elders of our Thunder Clan, you will definitely live a better life than before. Our Thunder Clan will also treat you like our own people. The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan advised. Can you guarantee this? Xianxia pretended to be hesitant. Of course, my words are still useful. The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan replied. Alright, let me think about it seriously. Xianxia said. The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan didn't mind. He smiled and looked at the others. His soul consciousness once again extended to a further place. Suddenly, he felt a strong aura rushing towards this direction at full speed. Only one person coming to help? Strange. The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan said doubtfully. He could guess that Xianxia might be stalling for time. However, this was the territory of the Thunder Clan. No matter what kind of tricks he had, they would accept it. Moreover, he also wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. That was why he gave Xianxia such a little time. Great Hall Master, prepare to break out. Ling Xiao used his god soul to send a message to Xianxia. Then, he pulled Xianxia and rushed towards a direction. That direction was the direction where Ling Xiao's real body was rushing over. I knew you guys would play tricks. Kill them all. There's no point in keeping them alive anyway. The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan said. Following the words of the old patriarch of the Thunder Clan, all the people of the Thunder Clan moved. They launched a terrifying lightning attack at the same time, shrouding the position of Ling Xiao's god soul and Xianxia. A huge sea of lightning fell towards them in an instant. No matter how fast Ling Xiao's storm body technique was, he couldn't escape the lock-on of so many people. He also couldn't be faster than so many people attacking at the same time. Block them for me. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao's real body's speed had already reached the limit. He rushed to the vicinity and summoned all his living puppets. At the same time, he attacked the people of the Thunder Clan. The terrifying power instantly caused the space within 1,000,000 miles to shake and tumble. Ling Xiao's god soul was protecting Xianxia's back. When he was chased by the power, he felt pain all over his body. His god soul was about to collapse. Fortunately, his support arrived in time and blocked most of the power. That was why he was still able to hold on. He instantly threw Xianxia out, allowing him to escape from the tyranny of the lightning in advance. He himself used the last bit of his strength to forcefully rush out. Then, he turned it into divine power and entered his sea of consciousness. He barely managed to preserve the flesh and blood body of his god soul doppelganger. Otherwise, his god soul doppelganger would be destroyed like Jianghu previously. He would have to go through a lot of trouble to recover. Ling Xiao quickly took out the divine herbs and elixirs to recover his god soul strength and swallowed them. He quickly recovered his god soul strength and prepared to escape. At the same time, the thunder water dragon that he had subdued appeared instantly. Ling Xiao called out to Xianxia and said, "Lord Palace Lord, let's go quickly." After saying that, he jumped on the back of the thunder water dragon and started to escape at full speed with Xianxia. He abandoned most of his living puppets and let them stay behind to delay the people of the Thunder Clan. More than 10 of them exploded their dantian at the same time. This caused the direction of the battle to instantly create a destructive power that was like a natural disaster. The people of the Thunder Clan who were about to chase after them retreated one after another. Some of the weaker ones were even killed by the explosion. What a cunning kid. He actually managed to make so many people work for him. We definitely can't let him go. Otherwise, he will become a big threat to our clan in the future. The Thunder Clan's patriarch, who had always been calm, finally became angry. He originally thought that victory was in his grasp, but such an unforeseen event had happened. It was a little hard for him to accept. That kid is not Wu Xiao. He should be Ling Xiao. Reloading exclaimed, "You're tuning into the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."